Hello on the internet. It is spooky season. October.
Spooky.
It's October, which means it's spooky now. And yeah, I don't know. It's October 7th. This is the park bench. I'm in a different room. We have a different setting. My name's C Parks.
And I'm Golden Rose K as I take off my glasses.
And we're gonna talk about some video games today.
We are, but first I need to ask, did you watch the Nintendo short they just came out today?
I did.
You did?
The 3 or 4 minute short, right?
Yeah.
Which is just
what's going on with that?
doesn't explain a single thing. They just like released this short. Let me see if I can find it. Actually, I'll put it in the
thing. So they released the short, and it's just like this, like 4 minutes, and it has like Pixar-esque like animation or whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't tell you if it's like a tie-in to anything. Doesn't, and it's not like obliquely like clarifying that it's a tie-in to anything. So now my brain is just like erupt with like possibilities of what could this be. There just going to be one leading theory though.
I think I know the leading theory because I thought it, and then I think I saw you post about it. I don't have the volume on this right now. But it seems like Pikmin for a various number of reasons. One, so I watched this the first time with no sound because I was just like laying in bed and Tara was next to me, and I don't remember if she was on the phone or whatever. I was just like, I just no sound right now. And watched the whole thing, no sound, and I was like, what the frick did I just watch?
Yeah.
And then rewatch it again with sound, and immediately was like, oh my god, is that the Pikmin theme song? Until it gets all jumbled. And then I saw you say something about the Pikmin, and then I went online and I saw people post like very zoomed in screenshots where it looks like there's Pikmin running around in the background. Oh yeah, right there.
Yeah, around right where the stream is, like for my time, 1:39-ish. You can see a red maybe Pikmin running underneath the crib.
Yeah, some sort of blob.
The thing's going for it being Pikmin 3. One, that thing looks like it's running like a Pikmin runs. The other thing is the song is the Pikmin theme a little bit. Then again, it just messed up. And then Pikmin lore-wise, which I didn't really realize until recently, can't be seen by like a normal being typically.
Yeah, I think this is a Pikmin. What's the Pikmin mobile game called? By Niantic.
The Niantic one.
Pikmin Bloom. I think that's lore from that.
Yeah, whether or not that's canon or not, who knows?
Yeah.
And so that's like the big Pikmin theory. Also, if it is Pikmin like games take place post humanity's fall. So like maybe we have like a Pikmin E-Day game.
Oh no, this poor family.
Yeah. I mean, the other theory is that it has like a Rosalina tie-in because like this blonde-haired kid is at one point reaches for the stars in the cradle or whatnot, and it's a galaxy tie-in. And then one of my friends very like sensibly was just like maybe it's just like a little short they were gonna have before the Mario movie, and then they decided to scrap it, and here it is. So I don't know.
But then
But why
why
release it at all?
why now?
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
It's just a weird thing that like they put this on the internet
Mm-hmm.
and just said nothing.
Nothing.
It's just the title. That's all that like
Mm-hmm.
they tweeted it out. Here's the video,
It's,
and then they said
on the
like,
Nintendo app too.
and then yeah, and it's just close to you, Nintendo.
Close to you.
Um,
Are they telling me that Pikmin are always close to me? They're always around? Because they might be.
I think that's what Miyamoto had once said. I think
Mm-hmm.
Miyamoto said that. Like, Pikmin are everywhere, and then yeah, and then the app was like, Pikmin can't be seen by the human eye unless it's through the camera lens of your phone.
And Miyamoto does love Pikmin. The only thing that I would say, speaking like against Pikmin, like strongly, is a lot of the ways that the items are moving don't seem to be like when I think of a Pikmin carrying something, it's almost always pretty like their movement isn't as erratic as like a lot of the invisible. I mean, a lot of the items moving around. So I don't know. That was the only. That's really.
It's weird because like in my mind, when I picture Pikmin doing it, it is like a little jumpy and erratic.
Mhm.
But then when I like actually do think of the games, it's very just like clean.
Yeah. There's like 30 of them, and they're all like lifting perfectly.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that's a difference between like gameplay and like cutscene. Where like the gameplay they make it very clean and streamlined so that it just works and you don't get frustrated with the Pikmin bouncing around. But yeah, in cutscenes they're a little clumsier. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah. So it's definitely if it is Pikmin, it's definitely BO Pikmin and not AO Pikmin, which is how I'm referring to the universe as before Olimar or after Olimar.
Sure. I agree. This is a before Olimar, which also, if it is Pikmin, you would assume that this is potentially setting up like a very different sort of environment to be able to explore. Mm-hmm. I'm sure there will still be like a backyard and all that stuff. But just having a room like that seems very unique. Unless that was in Pikmin 4 and I just didn't get that far in the game yet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Nintendo doing weird things.
Nintendo doing weird things.
Yeah. Did you play anything last week?
Digimon.
Yeah,
and
Digimon.
I think only Digimon.
Only the digital monsters.
Yeah. A bunch of hours in Digimon. We'll talk about that later in the show. Yeah, no, I think like I went to a wedding and I played Digimon. I think that was my last week.
At the wedding?
And I wish, but no, I just hung out with some goats and a couple of chickens.
We're referring to like actual like farm animals.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
not.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, bandmate Bill, one of the goats. So
okay, there we go. I was gonna say not like the people getting married were the goats. Okay.
He did quote Limp Bizkit's Fred Durst in his wedding vows. So
that's crazy. That's wild. Oh wait, hold on. Pikmin short movies, Treasure on a. See now, I'm just gonna throw this in the side, real quick.
Yeah. Because this feels more Pikmin.
Because they made a Pikmin short movie. I'm trying to see if they carry stuff in this. Okay, they carry the little bomb things. I'm just looking through. Yeah, I don't know. I skimmed through this old video, and they're definitely clumsy, but it doesn't show them being clumsy carrying anything. Anyways, what did I play?
Yeah, what did you play?
Played some Sonic Racing.
Everybody's Supersonic Racing.
The three hits right now. There's the Fortnite, the Peak, and now the Sonic Racing are the three staples of things that I try to touch a little bit. Well, I guess I don't.
Only a little bit.
I try to touch Sonic Racing, and then Peak and Fortnite are there for when Terra or Tiana are there. I swear I played more. Can't remember. There was a. I mean, I played Betrayal at the House on the Hill, the board game.
Ooh, yeah.
Played that. Because I had some people over for a slight birthday thing, and then even before that, I lost my phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I
didn't
have a phone for a few days, and then had to go get a new one. So that took up some time and mental capacity. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else I played. Slight birthday thing. Also, yeah. So, Tara, my wife told me. So my friends that came over, they made me a birthday cake. Big birthday cake, very chocolatey, very good. Like professionally made cake, not super sweet, but very. It was, I don't know. It was really good, and I took a giant slice of it, and could not finish it. And everyone looked at me like, "What are you doing? You can't finish a slice like that." And I didn't. And I brought it to work the next day. And today I have off. And Tara told me, she said, "Do not eat cake for breakfast."
Did you eat cake for breakfast?
No, I ate cookies. Cakes for later.
Yeah. So, so much better.
So I'll have cake after the show. I have a water right now, and then I had some cookies.
Christopher's sweet tooth parts.
Yeah. So yeah, I played Betrayal. I played board games, or a board game, awesome. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. You said you played Pokemon. There's some.
Digimon.
No, that one. Yeah.
You should have saw me. I'm gonna be honest. For the first like I don't know, a couple days when the people were like jumping in the Discord call while I was playing it, I just kept being like, "Oh, this is one of my favorite Pokemon, Digimon." Like I just kept doing it.
That's how you know.
Mm-hmm.
Pokemon is better.
I think it's just market share.
Yeah. Anyways, today's topics. Should I get nachos for lunch? Yes.
Absolutely.
Today, that's not one of the topics. Topics. God damn it, Xbox. At the top.
Gosh darn it.
Yep. Followed by Digimon Storytime Stranger. Followed by RNG mechanics and the I guess the types of presentations that they have. Note taking in games.
Yeah.
This weekend esports that I'm interested in, at least. And then at the very end of the show, we're going to do a tier list where we rank mascots.
Going full content build with this one.
But to get into it,
specifically video gaming mascots, I should say.
Yes.
We're not out there ranking Sparty from the Michigan State football.
Nope. The Jolly Green Giant isn't going to be in here.
Tony the Tiger.
No Tony the Tiger. Could have potentially included up the 7-Up guy, because he had a video game.
Almost put Spot on the list.
Yeah, Spot. There we go.
Or the Dot. Spot or Dot. One of those two.
Could have put Pepsi Man up there.
Pepsi Man.
We need, where's all of those video games now?
Marketing time, like the King, Sea King, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say Burger King came out with some stuff, and then the RISD mascots. Yeah, have you seen this? The Rhode Island School of Design mascots.
No, let me look.
Yep. There, you might have to just Google it. Let's just say I'm not going to put them on screen.
I'm Googling.
Now, mind you, this is...
Yes.
This is a School of Design whose mascot is a penis. And balls.
That's Mara from Persona.
They also have all their which this is different than other college teams, but all their college teams have different names. Like
Mm.
like UNC, they're the Tar Heels. It's the Tar Heels football, baseball, basketball. They're all the Tar Heels. RISD depends on the sport. There's the RISD Balls for basketball. The RISD Nads are the hockey team. I forget what else there is, but yeah. Anyway, first topic.
Anyway,
Damn
first
it.
topic.
God damn it, Xbox. So, Xbox did a thing.
What Xbox does.
They do what Xbox does. And they've done it a couple times this year now. And first I'll talk about they've increased prices across the board of everything. And I'm gonna bring it up on stream here. I made a little graphic of the two things where we've got the console price increases as well as Game Pass price increases. So now the console price increase is the second one of the year for the United States of America. The first increase was worldwide. You know, Mr. Worldwide. It was everywhere. This next price increase that is, I think it's in effect now, just for America. So earlier this year, if you wanted to get in on the Xbox, get the Series S 512 megabyte, it was $300. That went up to $380 and now $499 in America. The Series S 1 terabyte went from $349 to $429 to now $449. The Series X digital $449 to $549 to now $599. The Series X proper $499 to $599 to $649. And then the 2 terabyte Galaxy Edition $599 to $729 to $799. That's a crazy number to sell a console. Even as a special edition.
And like, so I mean, obviously, like, you know, they're gonna, in their like statement, they talk about like market conditions, tariffs, blah 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 blah, uncertainties, all that fun corporate speak for we are greedy and want your money. If small businesses everywhere nowadays can like be like eat the costs a little bit to help out the consumers, a fucking multi-billion-dollar company
with a
like
B.
Microsoft could easily eat the costs of these things just to have any amount of goodwill. And they're not, and they're like, because they know they want all the money, they want to keep trying to circulate money into their like AI like initiatives and Copilot and all this nonsense, and they just want like as much as possible, as quick as possible, and it's just fucking understanding. I mean, like, annoying that any goodwill Xbox has had, Xbox, you know, singular, not Microsoft, has had over the last couple of years for Game Pass, for making like being like, just, I don't know, like being cooler as Sony has kind of like gone back into their hubris tower. They just constantly throw away all the fucking time, and like whether it be layoffs or these price increases. The first time in our lives, I think an older console has gone up in price.
Yeah, and like Sony has increased prices on things. Nintendo with has increased prices on the Switch, not the Switch 2, and then accessories. And while I feel like this isn't the last time we're going to see console price increases during this current generation, I just, the way that Xbox is doing it just feels they're Sony's price increases feel swept under the rug at this point.
Yeah.
Because like the way that Xbox gets out and is like constantly announcing new things that are just like bad, I think helps prop up these price increases over Sony and Nintendo. They've also increased the prices twice for consoles. And then now if we get into the other bit of news with Game Pass, Game Pass, oh, why won't it hide? Dinner Answers highlight is just like forever on the screen.
Right now. The Game Pass increases like seem to be like 50% across the board, give or take.
I think it's 50. I think it was weird for me. I was trying to look it up last night. It's 50% for Ultimate.
For Ultimate and PC, give or take. Like,
true.
It's very close. It's
true.
Like 40.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah.
And PC, and then the premium tier of Game Pass replaces what was the standard tier at the same price, and then the essential tier replaces what used to be called the core tier, which is the same price as the core tier. And so now you've increased the price of your consoles, and you've increased your price of Ultimate, which I think was the model that like most people were like,
yeah, because it gave you live as well, right?
What do you mean it gave you live? Xbox Live?
Like Xbox Live, yeah, as well as
Core did that.
Core did.
Core, which is now called Essential, is basically Xbox Live, which is also like another thing in this that's kind of shitty, is like if you play on one of their increasingly pricey consoles, if you want to play with your friends, you have to get the Essential Game Pass thing, which like these prices for Game Pass, I think like just thinking like if you're getting your kid an Xbox, you get them in at the Series S and you get them the Essential thing. That was $300 and $10 a month. And now you've since then you've just added an extra $100 on top of that. And then as we'll get into, the Essential, Premium, Ultimate, and PC, which they don't push the PC Game Pass at all. It's still a thing. They do not advertise it. Even on their website, I went to like Game Pass and it was like, sign up for Game Pass. And I hit it and it's like, which one do you want? Ultimate, Premium, or Essential? And then like at the very bottom in small text, it's just like, or I guess you could do PC also. It's just silly. But the we'll get to Ultimate in a second, because that's the one that hurts the most.
Yeah. That's the most to say about.
The thing with across the board, I guess, is what is being offered. And what is being taken away from everything. So like Core is, I have a graphic for this too, actually. Core is it's just the basic,
and
it's 50 games, 50 plus games on the service.
Not day one, just like 50 of their games.
Yep.
They can choose whatever they are.
It's just like an arbitrary, I don't know how they chose these 50 plus games, but it's just 50 games that you can choose from. What else does it say? It's really small on the screen. In-game benefits, including Riot Games. So that, I believe, is stuff for League of Legends and Valorant. I think it's characters. that you can play
Yeah,
as.
like if you sign up for that, you unlock every character in League of Legends.
And then online multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
Um and
Don't
also,
get to play and earn up to $25 a year in store with rewards.
yeah, that's another thing that I think is annoying people is
Mm-hmm.
with Game Pass, um you could get discounts for having Game Pass on games
Mm-hmm.
that were on Game Pass. So you could actually buy and own them. You'd get discounts on like DLC. You you were paying monthly and you were getting it discounted on actually owning the things.
Mm-hmm.
And now you get points instead of a discount. And they limit the number of points you can get.
Yep.
So not only do you not get your cash back, or not cash, but like you don't get your discounts like every time. You get points instead, and they cut you off. What is it? $25?
A year for Essential, yeah.
So
At max.
so if you have Essential and you know gain points throughout the year, you can get essentially a $25 gift card, which you can use for stuff like actual gift card or raffles and sweepstakes and stuff like that Xbox has been doing.
Mm-hmm. And like some C-suit would be like, look, instead of $120 a month, your value is like $95 a year. I mean, 120 a year. I mean, but like not like look, you get $25 a year, so that's like only 95. And like that's not real money that you're getting back.
Yeah,
it's fucking fictional.
It's just fake. Yeah, it's right. It's just fake money. It's
or like the money that like, oh, you can get $25 off this game, but it's $60, so you're still paying more money anyway.
The part that kills me is like to take away the discount and then limit your most loyal customers.
Yeah, it's like, just like anti like Xbox gamer.
Yeah.
Like it's hostile to your consumers.
Yeah, exactly. Which, you know, there are other
like before,
go ahead.
I was just like before, like you would get discounts on DLC or whatever, and that's like, you know, it's $2 off of a $10 DLC or like something like that. Like that's such a little amount of money that they are like, you know what? No, it's not worth it. Like we're gonna just take that discount away from you when it doesn't really cost them that much to begin with.
Yeah. I mean, it's really next to nothing. They don't have to do anything.
Multi-billion-dollar corporation.
Yeah, I'll do this. So this is a little bigger now. And then we've got, you know, the premium tier, which is more enticing, I guess, as a product where it's now 200 plus games, which includes new Xbox published games, except for Call of Duty. Unlimited cloud gaming with shorter wait times, in-game benefits including Riot Online Console, and up to $50. And like the thing that's new in these first two tiers is the unlimited cloud gaming and the fact that you can also access these tiers on PC. So I believe before these were just console tiers.
Yes.
And so now it's also available on PC and cloud.
Yeah, like you get the premium, you get all that stuff for like the PC Game Pass is tied into it. Again, it's just like not the whole part of premium and like a lot of these game tiers is like such a narrow like it's just I don't know, it's offering very narrow benefits to like fewer people. How many people are looking at buying one of these Game Pass subscriptions that are going to be playing on their console and their PC back and forth? How many people are using cloud gaming? It's something that is still not really there for a majority of the human race. Like some like great internet areas, sometimes cloud gaming, it works great. But so many places don't have that.
Even
and so it's a fringe benefit.
Yeah, and then even in like places where there is like readily available like good internet, cloud gaming still limits the type of gaming that a group of people are going to want to play. There are not people like the fighting game community is not going to be playing a fighting game over the cloud service.
No, why would you? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the latency for button presses, even like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, games like that, where or Clair Obscur. These games have a parry system. Can you imagine trying to parry in Clair Obscur with unpredictable latency?
Yeah, it was just like it would frustrate me to no end.
Yeah.
I'm typically like here for like dealing with technical nonsense, but when it's something that you can like
avoid,
like why would I go down that route? I don't know. It's just like cloud to me is always like that's a future tech, and I guess like the future is now eventually, but still it doesn't entice me.
And then Ultimate is the big like pressure point for this whole price increase with Game Pass. It has gone up 50%. And here's what you get. 400 plus games playable on PC, console, and cloud was already the thing. It's the ultimate. It's the top tier. You already got all that, right? 75 plus day one games a year, including all Xbox published games day one. Already getting it. Here's the new part. Ubisoft Plus Classics and EA Play is included. Which I think before
EA Play was included before for PC at least. I'll say I don't know 100%, but I have it, or I had it for PC when I had Game Pass.
It could have also, I can't remember exactly, but it also could have been a thing where it was like EA Play was included, but you could upgrade your access to EA Play even more, something like that. I can't remember. So Ubisoft Classics, EA Play, and Fortnite Crew coming in November. Availability is subject to change. And then unlimited cloud gaming at our best quality with the shortest wait times, in-game benefits, including for Riot Games, console, multiplayer, and then earn up to $100 a year in store rewards. So if you're an Ultimate subscriber who does not play Madden, FIFA, or Fortnite, or not even, because Madden, I guess those were probably there anyway, EA Play. So if you don't care about
Assassin's Creed
and Fortnite, like you're not getting anything out of this.
I'm also a little bit like ignorant on, I don't really know what Ubisoft Plus Classics entails. Like, so let me look that up, because like, is it just older Ubisoft games?
Ubisoft Plus Classics, I think, is also like announced alongside just a bunch of Ubisoft games coming to Game Pass. So it was a little convoluted for me to look at. And also, I don't know what would even be considered a Ubisoft Classic. Is the first Assassin's Creed? Is the second Assassin's Creed? Are those now?
I would say definitely Rayman's, and like that's at least that.
Yeah, sure. Old Rayman and Prince of Persia.
Young Good and Evil.
Got to come out with that second one.
$8 Ubisoft Classic a month gives you an evolving selection of games on PC, standard editions, 20% discount on games included in your plan. Premium $18 a month was 100 plus games on PC. New releases day one in early access when available. Premium editions and DLC content. Oh, they just give you the DLC content. Kind of, you know what? At least they're giving you the DLC for free, something Xbox has never done.
Also, I looked it up to touch on the EA Play stuff.
Mm-hmm.
EA Play was part of the Game Pass Ultimate before, but there's also an EA Play Pro, which was not included.
Yeah.
And I believe in the Pro is where you got like Madden and FIFA and all that stuff like at launch, whereas EA Play, I don't think you got them until like 6 months later or something like that. But yeah, so Ubisoft Classics, EA Play, and the Fortnite crew. I'm just gonna cut straight to the Fortnite crew because EA Play and Ubisoft Classics just kind of seems like a non-player for me in this deal. Mm-hmm. Fortnite crew is a $12 a month subscription that is included in this. So, I mean, if you already subscribe to Fortnite crew, this isn't bad, because then you just cancel your Fortnite crew and you sign up through Ultimate.
Yeah. And I think that goes to like the other ones too, like a little bit. Like if you for some reason you're out there subscribing only to Ubisoft Classics or only EA Play, like, right?
And I think that's also part of it.
Again, such a narrow.
I also just think anyone who's gonna subscribe to EA Play is there for EA Play Pro, where they're getting the bigger titles at launch, the sports titles at launch, and then Ubisoft Classics. Yeah, it's just they've increased the price with all these new things that fractions of people will even interact with a portion of it. I just feel like most people who are subscribing to internet or to Ultimate aren't touching any of those three things. They're not touching the EA Plus or the Ubisoft Classics, EA Play, or Fortnite crew. I just don't.
Yeah, and it's just like negative value at a certain point. Like you can put in a bunch of bloat in like a package that doesn't make the value enticing or like equate the amount of dollars you're spending. And again, spend at a time where like money is tighter than ever for most people. Like you're gonna be like, hey, and you can make the straw man argument of being like, well, video games are slightly higher end hobby and a more costly hobby, and so they're not for everyone. So they can raise the prices because maybe you're just too poor to play video games or whatever the fuck you want to say. Like, but fuck that argument. It's like it's maddening to just constantly like fuck around, like fuck your player base like this. Yeah. And like all three of the big three have done it in various ways. Xbox isn't alone like on this. They're just they all have different like hyper negatives in the modern like time.
It's like another big part of this Xbox One that helps it stand out over those other like consoles that are doing this is the big sell for Game Pass is playing Xbox's games day one when they launch. And how many have they just canceled?
Yeah. How many have they just like they canceled?
How many more are they going?
Because and again, that ties back into like the big AI push. So we're gonna take money away from a lot of these video game studios. And like, like again, you can argue and be like, well, maybe Perfect Dark just wasn't coming out. Like they just weren't they weren't making a good enough game or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. But then there's plenty of stories of like, Phil Spencer's or Matt Booty being like, yo, we love this game, and then that getting canceled.
Yep.
And so like as like restructuring happens in this company, like what faith do you have in Xbox?
Mm-hmm.
Like my only faith in Xbox is the fact that it will be there because it's again owned by one of the richest companies in mankind's history.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, the story within a story about all this, like we didn't put it on the docket, but is like them like kind of being like, we lost $300 million on Call of Duty sales. Like did you see that?
I did, but I don't think that you can say that. That's the same thing as saying, so I was listening to Jeff Gersman a little bit before, and I caught him just as he was talking about this. And something that he said is it's like saying a game company lost $1 million from their game being pirated. But you can't equate that number to the amount of people that have pirated it, because a large portion of those people who got it pirated were never going to pay for it anyway. They're only playing it because it was free. And so with Call of Duty, you didn't lose $300 million because that's how many people were playing it on Game Pass. Because a giant number of those people only booted it up because it was on Game Pass. They were never going to buy it anyway.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you and Big Jeff over there. It's just like it's just the type of logic that is like a C-suite person would look at, like some maybe like Microsoft, like one of the Microsoft people would looking at the financial numbers and being like, well, it looks like we missed out. Like they would just see that like somebody write down number of player base, amount of money made, be like, that doesn't make any sense, and just be like, we're throwing away money, and like making a unilateral decision for like taking it off of most Game Pass subscriptions.
Yeah.
And like, and not even, and like the other part of this is like, if you remember during the FTC trial case, Microsoft specifically said that we are going to offer Call of Duty on our Game Pass subscription, like, and we're not going to raise the prices, like within X amount of time. And guess what they've done?
That was there's a big, like, I guess I'll say she's not saying it, but a big "I told you so" from Lena Khan, who was like head of the FTC when they were like trying to block this Activision merger with Xbox. And yeah, part of like what she was saying is exactly what you just said, where it was just like they were like, this acquisition will not result in increased prices. And then it has. And I saw an interview with her where she talked about it. Do you know Atrioc, the streamer, YouTuber?
That's a name I've heard, but I've never seen a piece of.
I've been like, I was never into Atrioc, but he's had a few like interviews recently that I thought were like really good and interesting. So I brought it, kind of been watching a little more. The other one was about Hollow Knight, with Jason Schreier. And now he had an interview with Lena Khan. And in it, they basically say how like history has consistently said that when a company or when an industry becomes consolidated with one entity, the prices increase. And like she basically had the thought that like the judge who like made the ruling was basically giving Microsoft the benefit of the doubt, which is a hilarious thing to do in my mind, is to give Microsoft the benefit of the doubt.
it's also like not man, I know like that's part of what like you judges like do or whatever, but like I feel like benefit of the doubt should be reserved to person, not corporation,
Maybe
not
so. Yeah.
capital. But it's just like it's another step in like to bring it outside of gaming for 30 seconds before coming back. Just like another like failure of checks and balances in reality, let
Hmm.
alone even just like America. To that is just failing from stopping things to getting worse. Like it's just like there are things that people in the past were like, hey, we should maybe not allow monopolies because that will ruin an industry. um and they tried to put checks and balances in them, and then as just like corporate greed and whatnot gets more and more and money becomes more consolidated at the top, these checks and balances just start falling and they just fail, and then things get worse. Gaming is probably worse for a lot of people because of this.
And it's obviously like when the acquisition was going down, it's obviously very exciting at the
Mm-hmm.
potential of Call of Duty and StarCraft and like Blizzard games and Activision games to be a player in Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
That's very exciting. Uh, you don't need to be owned by Xbox to have a deal to be in Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
Like look look at Fortnite. Like Epic and Riot are two
Mm-hmm.
giant companies that are they're not owned by Game Pass, but they have giant contributions into Game Pass, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know. It's all stupid. Everyone's losing money. Uh, it they the only thing I can think of is that they made this play where they were like, let's get a record amount of subscribers to our Game Pass, and then jack the price up, 50% price increase, and
Mm-hmm.
then any any consumers that we lose is just going to be made up for anyway
Yeah,
in our
and
$10
I'm like
increase.
super excited to see like what the fallout from this is, if there even is one, because consumers have a history of like complaining and then acquiescing.
Uh-huh.
um so like like you see all like the very much like, oh, people on the internet talking about canceling their subscription and then the website going down from canceling subscriptions and whatnot. But how long does that last? Does that last until Call of Duty comes out? Does that last until like somebody wants to try out the next big game and they're like $30 instead of owning it and I just got to beat it in a month? Like sure, like how like how like are people upset enough to actually make a stand, or is it just again like a fleeting
Yeah.
complaint?
And like, yeah, like Tana said, they really just bleeding us dry for real, which is,
Mhm.
yeah. And it's such a wild thing to look at all Microsoft of the three gaming pillars
Mhm.
to be the ones doing it. Like they're the ones, they're not leading.
They're not leading.
And this isn't something also they're not leading, but this also isn't like a we're dying and we need to do something move. Like
Yeah.
this isn't a scramble.
Hmm.
They're perfectly fine. They don't need the Xbox to be successful to still like have an Xbox system because Microsoft is so big.
Yeah. And like Xbox, is now like has the most studios, period. Right? Like there's like I think I read a report the other day where like Xbox owns more video game studios than anyone else,
Mm-hmm.
period. And like then there are like in the AAA or like AA space, even for the most part.
Yeah.
Um, and again, it just comes down to consolidation is pretty bad. Um, I do think it's interesting that like in the Activision Blizzard case, like Xbox had a little bit of that like goodwill among the people because Phil Spencer isn't Bobby Kotick. Um,
Yeah.
And so some people were more excited than they should be. And I think that mind share like helps get that going through and whatnot. It's just like so frustrating that you see Xbox constantly like shooting themselves in the foot when they're so desperate, like they're doing things right. And then you see Sony trying to find the infinite money glitch in their ivory tower where they have stopped really communicating to people. Like they're just in their little like zone being like, hey, no one talked to us. We're going to attempt to release the game and then we're going to just like cancel them all because we've made a very poor business decision of making games and services.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nintendo has the most goodwill, but they're also like the most legitist and they're like most you know, they're patenting things left and right that probably shouldn't be patented. To like get a higher to fuck over Pal World, basically. Like it's just like all like we have to remember at the end of the day that these are all giant corporations, and you shouldn't go to bat for any of them. Which is really, I guess, the end statement is like fuck tribalism.
and then so with the public image of Xbox continually declining.
Mm-hmm.
We had this discussion when Nintendo's president and CEO were changing, where Doug Bowser retiring, and was just kind of he was a CEO, he was the president, wasn't really anything. He was a name. Before him, you had Reggie Fils-Aimé, who was like Nintendo's celebrity.
My body is ready.
Yeah. So they had that celebrity with Reggie. He was a feel good like person. No Johns. Phil Spencer has been a sort of like celebrity for Xbox, where
he walks out on stage and he has like a Hexen or like a Hexen t-shirt or whatever. Like he's like, you look at him and go like, wow, that guy knows video games.
And he was forever for a long time. He was like very well liked. And now Xbox, continuous failure, continuous like public failure, I should say, relationships with the public going down. He is 57 years old. Doug Bowser and Reggie, when they retired, were right around 60 years old. So I'm wondering if we see a Phil Spencer retirement like somewhere in the near future.
It's a good question. Phil is really important for Microsoft because I mean, and like this is like we got to once we reach like all that goodwill running out, if it hasn't already, if like once people can finally look past he's a gamer too, like because so much of the flack that Xbox gets is like kind of diminished by like, oh, but Phil's pretty cool though. He knows what he's talking about. Like even when
he cares though.
He cares. Even when they continuously fail and fuck up, they're like, oh man, but Phil gets it. He cares. He went on the like a talk show and he got mad that like we were failing our consumers and like stuff like that. Like he cares. And so like for Microsoft, that's like, hey, we have a CEO that can like take flack and like people still like him. Like even though we're not doing well, like that's very like there's a lot of value in that as, like for corporateness. But Phil also must be tired like at a certain point
because he's no longer hyping things up. He's just defending now. He's just constantly on the defense of poor game releases, of game cancellations, price increase after price increase after price increase, you know? Like this generation for Xbox has been bad in a public relations, because the 360 obviously set them up so well. The Xbox One, not it didn't win, uh, but it wasn't a negative on gaming. Where now
Yeah.
in this Series X conversation, the Series X is in the same position as the Xbox One was, as for like market share and whatnot. But the company as a whole is just taking so many hits where uh it'll be it's there were rumors that they're getting out of the hardware game, which I pretty sure Microsoft came out like over the weekend, which is crazy to release a statement over the weekend that they're like, no, we're not. We're not getting out of the hardware business. And like,
not for another 10, 15 years. And like, but like also to them, like a PC is an Xbox now. So like, they're not going to ever get rid of the hardware.
I think that's part of it. They have like the handheld Asus ROG coming out, but that's not really their thing. That's just like Asus's thing. That's just like partnered with Xbox basically. But like Xbox's next like console is probably just gonna be a PC in big picture mode. You know, like that's all I imagine it being. So yeah, I don't know. I'm sick of Xbox right now.
Yeah.
Sick of Xbox.
It's just like, yeah. I mean, it's just like gaming is in the AAA space has just been actively getting worse for the last like 6-7 years. And that's on all of them, but Xbox is a big part of that.
Yeah. There was also there's like, do you know who Michael Pachter is?
Not top of my head.
Michael Pachter, you probably do know who he is, but just haven't seen anything from him in a long time. But he was like a business guy who just like started like becoming a news topic a while back about being a business guy and making business predictions around Nintendo and PlayStation and Xbox and all this stuff. He recently was talking about how like basically Sony's actually the one messing up, not Xbox, because Sony isn't pushing their cloud and AI usage enough. Yeah. Actually, I think he said that Sony doesn't have a cloud-based gaming service like Microsoft has, which is wrong. They do. Just nobody knows about it. But they do have that. Anyway. Go away right now, Xbox. I'm sick of seeing you in the news. Sick of seeing Xbox in the news.
Talking about having goodwill. Digimon's back, baby.
Digimon's back. Digimon Story Time Stranger.
I also just want to say that Bandai Namco maybe unexpectedly struck gold just between this game hitting it off the way that it's been hitting it off, and also the anime dropping. The new show started last Saturday, and people have been digging that a lot so far. I mean, it's one episode, but good reviews for one epised.
Hell yeah!
So I'm just saying that Digimon market share, Bandai Namco's out there being like, "Holy shit, we did something right accidentally."
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what accidentally. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I guess like my argument with that, and is gonna talk into like a good portion of my Digimon Story Time Stranger. This is a wonderful game despite itself. At a lot of times, like there are so many choices made in the design of this video game that are like a little bit baffling, but it just shines through in like the right ways that all of the baffling decisions are like tolerable. So I'm 40 hours into it. I've been playing it pretty much all that I could last week and all that I could this week. It is a really good turn-based RPG with a lot of quality of life things and a lot of unquality of life things.
Unquality of life. Okay.
Yeah, making up words on the spot. Yeah, so like you play a monster taming game, you're getting pretty much all of that. You have your little guys, you become bigger guys, you fight with them. The advantage Digimon has over some of the other ones is that like it's way more freeform. You can make somebody into a bigger, stronger guy. You can turn them back into a weaker guy. You can go in a different direction if you just didn't like what that guy turned out to be, kind of thing. So there's a lot more of like choice there. And like there are a couple of like features that kind of tie into that. So I'm gonna get nerdy before I go back and talk about other things. Is that like say you have your one Digimon, right? And this is just it could be fucking anybody, any guy. When you fight with him on
Angel
your team,
Woman.
or yeah, Angel Woman. If you fight with Angel Woman on your team, you gain bond naturally, which is how much they like you.
Mm-hmm.
And that bond affects a lot of different things like crit chance and a couple of other like mechanics that matter. And then you as you digivolve, like so if I this is a little weird to explain. If your Angel Woman is at level 20 and you go to digivolve it, your max level for your next Digimon might now be like 35. But if you decide to level up your Angel Woman to 30 now, then your max level for your next evolution can be 45 to 50 or something like that. But once that talent number goes up, that talent number stays on that individual Digimon. No matter what evolution form. Like you could go all the way back to rookie to like this baby, the tiny little baby guys that are basically just heads, the in trainings, and he can now be level 45 because you can really do whatever the hell you want. You can max out stats to 9999 on any Digimon, which gets rid of a little bit of like individuality outside of the moves, but it allows you to play with your favorite guys.
Yeah.
And it does take time to do that. So like you are sacrificing like your little baby guy, you have to put far more work into to get maxed out stats than it does like a bigger guy. So,
Now,
but it still allows you to do that.
now what I'm curious about is what is your bond level with Angel Woman?
So I've been using Lady Devamon, which is Angel Woman's like evil alter ego.
Okay,
That's one of
goth
my sick.
goth Angel Woman.
Yeah. BDSM Angel Woman. And I leveling her up mainly because like they have a fusion. That's the other like fun thing is that like some Digimon have fusion forms, and Angelomon and Lady Devamon have a fusion. They become Mastamon, who is like pretty fucking cool.
Cool.
And if you level up like whichever will you level up one of them, like whatever stats like of like your base one are the ones that goes off. So you really only need to level up one to get like the next like the fusion form to be super strong.
Do digital monsters have genders?
Yeah, and yeah, individual too, which is weird, but I think it's like almost like a Mr. Mime scenario for like some of like the overly gendered ones. Like they might only it's weird. I don't know. They have voices, so maybe not. Maybe they don't really have genders. It's not a mechanic.
Okay,
In
like
game.
in Pokemon, it is a mechanic in Pokemon. Is basically what I was getting at. Because
there's like male, female, and then nothing.
Mhm.
Where in Digimon, it's not a mechanic. You can digivolve a guy who has a male voice into a person. I mean, a Digimon that has a lady voice. So it's just the voice that Digimon has in this universe.
They're digital. It's whatever.
Yeah, exactly. The data. But they can talk. They can speak to you, which is my like when I talk about this game being cute. Is that you'll get text from your Digimon, like ones on your team, but also ones like back in like your box, your farm. And they'll ask you like inane questions being like, hey, what would you do for love? And then you can give them like 4 answers about like, I would do anything for love or like whatever.
But I won't
like,
do that.
Exactly. And then they respond and they're like, and it's just adorable. And that also ties into a mechanic of like your responses help shape their like personality on a 4x4 grid of different like personalities that your Digimon can have, which affects like stat boosts and whatnot and abilities. All right. Things that are just really good. You can fast forward combat to 5 times speed. You can make it like any normal turn-based go really, really fast. And you can auto battle it too. So like if you want to just farm certain Digimon, you want to grind, that is the easiest it's been in a video game in a long time for me. Um, and but at the same time, like there's a lot of like baffling decisions, which is why I say like this game is really good despite itself. Is like the narrative is bludgeons you over the head repeatedly with things that you're like, okay, this is going to be a story beat. Eventually, you didn't have to keep bringing it up to me. It's like a meme where the whatever player character you are, if you pick the lady or the male, the other one is the one like who's your operator. They talk to you, and they're always just like, oh, this is just like when your adopted father, Dr. Zuki, died, like, or went missing. And they always refer to him as your adopted father, and they always bring it back to like that's just like when it happened. And I'm like, all right, you told me this 30 times now. I've been playing the game for 40 hours, like one time an hour. Like I understand that this doctor's going to be important to the plot later. Like we could have just said it like twice and then like moved on
Yeah.
for like what would be like a naturally occurring story beat. And this happens with so many different functions. It happens with like this could be related to the tragedy that happens like 8 years in the future. And like that happens all the time. And it's just like it doesn't respect your ability to like handle like a concept of a plot.
And that's the opposite. That's the exact opposite of, I believe, what I've heard about Ghost of Yotai, where that game is very much like casual conversation. They bring something up and then have the player deduce like, oh, wait, maybe if I go back to that place and I can go see this person, instead of being like, you know, bludgeoned over the head with the same information over and over again. It allows you to like, actually deduce your own outcomes, and like it trusts you to play the game basically.
And like pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Whereas like the story they're telling in this game is not bad. It's the way that they tell it which frustrates me, because like there's very good emotional hooks, and it's very easy to make an emotional hook when the things around your plot are these cute adorable creatures or these cool creatures and whatnot. Like it's very easy to like make something hit. That's why like Pixar movies and Pokemon work so well, is that like, yeah, I'm sad because the little Pikachu is crying. Stuff like that is happening here to the nth level. It gets really dark. There's Digimon that try to kill themselves. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, but
Digimon always kind of had that, I think, where it's like, not necessarily suicide is at the forefront of Digimon, but like Digimon always has had like that willingness to like be a little bit more darker or mature with some of its themes, that even if it just like briefly touches on.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason why like I think my brain wants to like Digimon more a lot of times. It's just because it will tackle like more like, I don't know, human themes. But at the same time, like they're always like a decision or two away from just being like just truly confusing me. But the core part of this video game, the getting your mons, the evolving them, the finding when you go to evolve a Digimon, and like I'm going to talk about this later in the note taking.
That's wild. That you summon your Digimon through a gun.
Yeah, that's your Digivice. You know how in the old days your Digivices with like the little tiny like little box looking things?
Yeah.
There's a gun in this one.
That's crazy.
I'm glad you got to see that. And that you could shoot Digimon too in battle.
Is that how you capture them?
No. So like in combat, you don't capture Digimon. You scan Digimon enough that you can convert data into that Digimon.
Okay. Yeah. I remember. I think
so. Like if I fight 10 Impmons, that thing they're fighting right now, I can now scan an imp and just create an Impmon out of thin air.
Mm-hmm.
But the gun is you throughout the game. Every time you take a turn, every time you hit a special effect, every time you defend when you need to defend, you have like a bar like to use an ultimate in battle, and you get to pick on like the level up screen, like your rank. You get to pick like what ultimate you want, and like the most basic one, like the second one you learn, is just you just shoot all the Digimon with your gun. It's a little crazy. But it's just such a fascinating game. Like I was like playing it this morning when I couldn't sleep. I fell back to sleep, and I was like trying to think about the game like more critically. And it's like this might be like one of my favorite games that I think is like when people are like, I want more like fun 7 out of 10s or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that, this feels like a fun 7 to 8. That is just like a good, like I like being in this world despite it constantly reminding me of all the plots. I like walking around the world and just seeing the Digimon interact with each other, like in the wild. I like the quirkiness of like you can ride around on certain Digimon, so you can like some Digimon will carry you on their back, some will like hold you in their hand because they're huge. My boy Locomon, who's just a big train, you just get to ride on top of the train, is adorable. I love that kind of stuff. There's just so many little things. And it genuinely has emotion. Like this scene that the story's just trailing is the first time you see like an actual scary Digimon, and they're like it's a runaway or die scenario. It's like when you're fully immersed in the world, you're like, oh my fucking god, what the hell is this? It's coming at me. It can be like creepy.
That's Greymon, right? Or War Greymon?
Yeah, but it's War Greymon Black, or he might be War Greymon Blue. They change it with every form, I think, because it's Agumon Black for the black version, and then he digivolves into Greymon Blue, and then I think he's Metal Greymon Blue, and then he's War Greymon or Black War Greymon, which is what you remember from the anime. Metal Greymon Blue, yeah. So
Metal Greymon Blue.
Yeah, because it goes black, blue, blue, black, and
black and blue. It's just bruised all over, huh?
And so like yeah, it's just like I'm having a blast playing it while I'm still scratching my head at like why the game is doing what it's doing. My biggest like doesn't respect your time thing is that the Digimon farm simultaneously does and doesn't respect your time. It's like you go in there and you can put certain items so you can have your Digimon run on a treadmill. It will get faster. It will raise its speed, and you can it takes 30 minutes or probably like 5 minutes in game time because it moves faster than real time. But you can choose to accelerate that. You can just pay 10,000 yen or whatever to just make that go faster. So you can sit there and just like get this up to the stat that you need to get to, which is a nice quality of life feature. But you can't access your gosh darn Digievolution tree in the farm. So I have to manually remember what numbers I'm looking for, which comes down to like topic 4 later when we start talking about note taking in game. I made a fucking spreadsheet of like this Digimon needs this much attack stat and this much HP stat in order to digivolve into this silhouette, and I hope that's the silhouette I want. So like, but at the same time, it's like it's fun for me to be like, I think the silhouette's the one I want. I'm gonna digivolve you into that, and I'm just excited to see what you become.
So throughout this game, and for battles, are in as a reference Pokemon, when you're you have your wild encounters, right? And you have your trainers and like gym leaders and whatnot. And when you fight against another trainer, it like in a way mimics like a PvP battle, right? Is there any sense of that in this game, where where the battles feel like, oh, this could be another person playing the game also, or is it like more tailored to like a it's strictly like a single player like experience?
Yeah, it feels more like honestly like a Final Fantasy in that regard, where
Mm-hmm.
like you have your mobs and they're typically wicked easy to beat and um to get through. Like you don't even have to think when you face like a normal mob most of the time. At least if like you're like even slightly over leveled. Like I think you're paying attention to the video game. It's the generic enemies are easy. It's when you get to the bosses that you really are like they just like they flip the switch and the game is just not easy at a certain point. Like it's you they have mechanics, they have like you need to break certain guards in order to destabilize the Digimon. They have attribute switching mechanics. They use status effects differently than any other Digimon battle does. They use certain moves that just like allow the AI to like cheat and get 3 extra turns or
Mm-hmm,
whatever.
mm-hmm.
So it's not just like 3v1. It's now 3v1, but that person gets to go 3 times. Sometimes they just cheat. Like it's the bosses are like the highlight of like the actual combat.
Mm-hmm.
Because it makes you think, it makes you care about like the decisions you're making. It's still not the hardest thing in the planet. Using items doesn't take up a turn, but you can only use one item per like so say you have your 3 Digimon out there. If it's my Gomamon who's on the screen right now's turn, I can use one item on his turn. And then when it's my next second Digimon's turn, I can use one item on his turn. So like it still allows like you to get it doesn't lock you into like using an item and or attacking. You can do both. Which takes away some of the pain as long as you're like well stocked. But I think the game expects you to do this, which is why these bosses are so like involved mechanically. Big Funding in the chat says like one just stops you from being able to heal. That's true. It just takes away a mechanic from you.
One
And like typically there's like story beats and whatnot for reasons why, but
one of the things that I've picked up just from like you talking about this and what I've seen is like if you are comparing like because you would say this is a creature collector, right?
mm-hmm.
From my like point of view, if Pokemon is the blueprint for a creature collector,
Mm-hmm.
other creature collectors have come out and been a creature collector but roguelike, a creature
Mm-hmm.
collector with this or that, or just straight up like creature collector, like we're trying to be Pokemon. This game
Mm-hmm.
looks like it's just a JRPG that happens to be a creature collector.
Yeah. I would like honestly like if you were to like diagram like creature collector or like put on a big line like Pokemon to like a Shin Megami Tensei or Persona or whatnot, right? Like games that like are creature collectors foremost, and then games that are like RPGs with creature. Like this is somewhere in the middle. Like this
Mm-hmm.
feels like the teenager's creature collector almost. Like it while not reaching like the difficult like it's never I don't feel like this is ever as hard as like some of the like the boss fights in like a Persona game or Shin Megami Tensei game. It's not that punishing, and the game has so much quality of life features to make it not be that punishing. But it's definitely like I think I have to think more than I have in 90% of a Pokemon game, where I feel like Pokemon it's not until like the champion I have to like use my brain, it feels like sometimes, or like the last um like gym leader, and even then I can like over level to the point of like diminishing any like challenge there, where this game I really don't think you can over level too much with any sense of time.
It
Like you could, but like you're spending hours upon hours and upon hours on a thing that like you shouldn't, I think.
and I think what, from the sounds of it, one of the things that helps keep you, I guess, like level with the game is like you and Big Funyun say, uh, you get to like the boss battles where they just cheat, where their rules are different. Where like yeah, in Pokemon, like
Mm-hmm.
when you're going through the Elite Four, that doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, they have all the same resources and rules as you, and then like there are some battles in a Pokemon game, like against oh my gosh, what the heck? There are some like, and they're never trainers. It's just a Pokemon, like some of the God Pokemon, where it's
Yeah.
just like
Mm-hmm.
when you fight them, there are new rules and phases introduced. Um, but like yeah, for the most part, the game is like Pokemon is very much like you. It
It's like they can do everything you can do, but typically they do less, right? In like
and
Pokemon.
you're smarter than them, so
Yeah.
like you just have an advantage in that regard. Where yeah, where in this it seems like when you get up to these boss battles or and whatnot, like it specifically puts you at disadvantages to overcome.
Mm-hmm. And that's like good for my brain.
Yeah.
It's just like it that like I can the game succeeds at being a game that I can zone out, have a second stream on, and I just go and farm Digimon because I like to collect them all. Because in 1996, I've had to collect them all in my like forever.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I can do that, and then I can hit a plot beat that's like super interesting, or like or it takes it in a way that I'm like, huh, I wouldn't be able to assume that. And now, but even when the game is like obviously leading me to plot points farther in the future, like it's so interesting again how much it's like beats you over the head with something and then subverts you a little bit, but never for a major thing. It's so I like it's a fascinating game. It's truly weird in how it plots itself.
Were there any parts of the game with like its mechanics or anything that felt overwhelming? Just because like I'm watching this gameplay
Mm-hmm,
and it's obviously it's early on. Um,
mm-hmm,
but like after battles and just like running around the world, this log pops up on the right side and it's constantly just
mm-hmm.
giving information. So it made me it had me wondering like when you were starting this game, yeah, did anything just like overwhelm you with like any part?
Um, Yeah, so like there's a lot of things that I think are like a little obtuse. I think the personality system makes sense after you study it. Um, it's a four. There are like say like there's the concept of wisdom, and within the concept of wisdom there are four different personality traits, and then there are three other concepts, right? Personality, like amicability, I like in two others. It doesn't really matter. And within them all, they have four. And how your Digimon moves around this grid and what that really means and how it affects your Digimon is like a little bit confusing at first, especially with like your Digimon. All Digimon can get an ability, like their I don't know their passive ability. Um, Depending on what their personality is, but that ability can change into something different every time it switches a core personality trait. And that is RNG, like what personality trait you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
So that's always like a little bit like, I don't know how we arrive at the outcome of like what my ability is going to be. And like, but they show you the chart. You can, as long as you're like, if you really focus and pay attention on it, it starts to make sense a little bit. Um, Yeah, but like I was overwhelmed by that. Um, and and then it took a lot of communicating with Big Funyun and the internet to understand the main mini game of this fucking game, which is maybe my least favorite mini game of. It's not my least favorite mini game of all time, but it's up there. Um, which is they try to replicate the old virtual pet battles from like the old like Digimon Tamagotchi thing. Um, but they make it a pseudo card game.
Mm-hmm.
So you go and you battle somebody in this card game, which I think objectively does nothing for the. I think there's like one or two quests that revolve around this card game.
So
And I think
we're
they might
talking
be.
about this game's like triple triad or Gwent
Yeah,
or like
yeah,
okay.
exactly. So you go and you challenge a person. They have a little marker on their on their icon on the map, and so you can find them, and you both get 5 cards, and they're open hands, so you can see what they have. And each turn you pick a card, and then that card battles their card. And there are two, in theory, mechanics. It keeps the same attribute system as the main game of there being a triangle and then there being a bunch of things that aren't affected by the triangle. And then there's a number assigned, and that number really has to do with just like what rank. If you're a baby Digimon, you're a 1. If you're a slightly older Digimon, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If you have type advantage over another Digimon, I mean like their card. If my Digimon is a vaccine and I play it against a virus and I have a higher number, that doesn't guarantee that I win. That gives me a higher probability of an invisible number that I win. So it's just chance. It's just fucking flipping a percentile coin. And then the only like thing is that like, hey, 1s will almost always beat 7s. Like they explain it as a glitch in the system. And so you have to do this you don't have to, but you play this mini game, and eventually there's quests, and you're just like, what am I doing? And none of it matters. You're just throwing out cards, and you're like, maybe this gives me a better chance to win, but then you lose, and there's no math being shown to you. There's no concept of like an idea that makes sense. And as Big Funyun said, they have a really good card game in real life.
Yeah.
This being so bad is crazy. It's nonsense. Luckily, you don't have to engage with it very often if you don't want to, aside
Good.
from a couple of quests. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, overall, the game is good.
Yeah.
Wait, so have you said you're 40 hours in. Have you beaten it?
I have not beaten it. Friend of the chat, Big Funyun, who's in chat right now, has rolled credits and he's doing post-game stuff right now.
Okay.
I forgot to ask him his time in the game to get a sense of how long it was. I feel like I'm nearing end game stuff. Big plot point happened, and I definitely feel like I'm in the second half. And right now I'm like chasing these MacGuffins to seemingly make like the final stand or what have you.
My question was, I was wondering like if there was any sort of like post game and what was that look like in this?
My understanding is that there's post game quests, and then the new game plus is like crazy hard. It just takes the difficulty up by like 100, or mega plus they call it, or whatever. And like that, from what I hear, is like you care way more about status afflictions. You care way more about healing and keeping your mons like the right type and all that kind of stuff. It just makes the game harder.
Actually, also now thinking about it, speaking of that card game, IRL, isn't there also a digital version of that card game? Or
there's one coming out.
There's one coming out.
Yeah.
What a
what
a great way of demoing that this could have been, huh?
That card game could have just been in it, just like a small version of it.
Just a small version. Just throw that in here. You get people to look at it. They'd be like, holy crap, this is so good. This is the best card mini game I've ever played in an RPG. And oh my god, they're releasing a full version of it soon. Heck yeah.
Which it just ties into the fact that like I think Bandai Namco is surprised by how well this has done. Like Cyber Sleuth and the last 2 RPGs sold. They were like little pleasant surprises, but they had so many like I think a normal fan of an RPG that isn't a fan of Digimon will look at them and be like, well, this is a little wacky at times. Like it's not, there's a lot missing from it. but they still sold it well enough. And this has been selling for Digimon standards like one of the highest sales in the franchise ever. It has a concurrent player of 84,000. And I just think Bandai Namco was just making a follow-up to Cyber Sleuth with some like bells and whistles. And I think they're surprised. They're legitimately like, oh man, we really should have maybe put more production value in this game sometimes.
Yeah. From my point of view, this almost looks like or feels like just like a natural progression of how things have been going. With those last two games those were the ones to me that seemed like they should have been surprised with the success, because even though they sold less concurrent players and whatnot, like it had acclaim. There was critical acclaim to those games where like people are excited. People are like, whoa, wait a second. Like these are weird and goofy, but they're pretty good. And I thought that just built into this game. And maybe it's still just going to keep building, next game.
Yeah, that's my hope. Like there's so much here that I'm like, I love that. I'm like, even if you just made this game again with different, like a big part of the story is that this is just, it takes place in like the human world, but then also one server of the digital world. And there are many servers of different digital worlds. So they open it up to be like, hey, there's possibilities for like easily just jumping to a different server in the future and whatnot. If you just did that, I would probably still play the game. I just hope that they take the lesson from the amount of money they made and add more quality of life stuff.
Yeah. It sounds awesome. It sounds like Digimon's on its way back. Oh my God. My wife said the nachos were on sale. And I get nachos when she gets home. I'm going to have cake and nachos. Oh my God. Awesome. So yeah, Digimon on the rise again, in the gaming space at least. Especially in a time where I think Pokemon's kind of on like a downturn a little bit right now. Like they did some new stuff with Pokemon, which is nice. But like, the hardware and quality or performance of those games, I think has like been a bigger impact on the outlook of those games than like the new mechanics and ways to play. But this game doesn't seem to have those type of issues that Pokemon have, where it has any sort of overwhelmingly negative like thing to look at. Like I don't know. In my outside view, everything is just like looking up for these Digimon games. God damn it.
Yeah. And that's my thought too, is that like they're hitting a stride that I just hope they're able to sustain.
Yeah.
Especially in a world where like, there are more there's more monster games than ever. There's more like creature collectors than ever. But there's always been a monolith and then like a couple things like under that monolith. And I would like it to just have more in general, because there's a fun genre. It is inherently satisfying to train up a little guy and have him be a bigger guy.
Yeah.
It just feels good.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when they're cute little guys like Agumon. Or do I even dare stream what you've been using?
Did you look up Lady Devimon?
I'm about to. All
right. Because the goal is what here you get. If you're gonna do it, you have to show what the goal is too. Is that you get Lady Devimon, you get Angelomon, and then they fuse to become Mastamon, and Mastamon is like, whoa, hey. Not the most whoa, hey Digimon there is, because there is Venusmon, who is just Aphrodite, and that Digimon I forgot existed until this game, and I went,
Whoa,
What?
hey.
I forgot. I was like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Wait, did you give that to me somewhere? Or
No, not
uh,
yet, not yet, not yet.
okay, so first we'll look up. I got this picture here of let's open image in new tab. Oh my god, why is it so whoa? Okay, this picture is almost 7,000 by 5,500 pixels. Like, can we why do we have Angelwomon and Lady Devamon so big? All right, so here's, you know, here they are.
The
That
girls.
so that's oh, that's not what I wanted. This is just not working the way I wanted to. Whatever.
It's just like there's a big meme in the community about how all Digimon will eventually be cool, like cool armored mech man, hot lady, or just crazy weird monster.
Or
And there's a
poop.
lot of these hot ladies.
In the Digimon game I used to play, they always became poop.
Mm-hmm. No, because you just aren't good enough.
I
No.
wasn't good enough. Um so yeah, that's, if anyone's interested in, I don't want to scroll too far on this.
Uh-huh.
Let's
Uh-huh.
let's back out. Let's back out. I don't know what I'm gonna find. Safe search I hope is on. Um okay, so yeah, you're playing the goth lady. Oh, you're using the goth lady. Um
I kid you not, Christopher. I'm gonna send this to you. It's up to you whether you're not gonna show this.
mhm.
This is Venusmon. This is who I was like, I forgot this Digimon existed. This is on the official wiki, so I think it's the most safe for work version of her you're gonna get. And I was slobber knocked. I was just like, what the fuck? This is just a person.
Okay, so I have, yeah. It's a small, hitting the wrong thing. Let's just reset. It's a small picture here that is now enhanced. So it's a little blurry, a little pixely. There you go. And yeah, this is Venusmon,
It was just Aphrodite.
which is yeah, there she
Because
is.
the big part of this game, which I forgot to mention, is that playing Hades 2 and then playing this is so funny because they're both like heavily involved with like Greek Roman mythology.
Uh-huh.
This one mythology, Hades Greek mythology, but they're mostly the same thing. And so I'm just walking around. I'm like, hey, I just saw you in a different game.
Well,
Like
yeah.
the server that you're playing on is called the Iliad. So, you know.
Oh, I understand. So, but yeah. So if anyone's interested in Digimon, here's what you can look forward to: Venusmon. Um,
Venus. Yeah. Next topic.
Next topic. So anyway, so
Uh,
um, does Digimon deal with RNG? You mentioned like the personal traits and stuff like that. Does it have any other like RNG factors to it?
Crit chance, like most RPGs, it has to
Okay.
do with crit chance, and um, that might be it if I can think about it.
So my next topic that I wanted to bring up has to do with RNG mechanics. And
Mhm.
it's not necessarily do I like them or are they good, they bad, in what situations or whatnot, but it's just the different types of RNG mechanics because recently I have noticed an increase in games, three of them I've seen recently. One of them is very big, that use um, slots
Mhm.
as their mechanic. Um, and to me, that's interesting. Uh, because it got me thinking. Like, these games, Clover Pit, Peerless, and Slots and Daggers, which I talked about recently. Um, they all use slots in like slightly different ways, but the main core like way you play is through the results on your slot machine pull. And other Vegas type casino RNG existing games like cards, right? Card game mechanics have a sort of RNG to them. I forget what else I wrote down, but dice. Oh, dice is also another one.
Yeah.
Dice RNG.
Dice, roulette. You said dominoes.
So that the dominoes was part of like my like what's left. So like,
oh, gotcha.
So like you have dice, cards, and slots as your Vegas style, I guess, RNG mechanics that are happening. And I was trying to think of like what's left. What is left for video games to do to make fun as like your roles, basically. And I was wondering, like, is there like something that you can do with dominoes, like a domino mechanic that can be implemented in different games, or roulette, some sort of lottery, Keno type mechanic? Like do you alter the potential numbers that can roll out of the lottery machine so that you have a better chance of getting what you're guessing is going to roll out? And
you do something like pachinko and have like, the ball falls like determines like your, whatever have you.
What effect or whatever happens.
Not so different than Peglin, I guess, but still.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was one thought I had, is like, what's left? If anyone has any idea of like what is left in like Vegas or casinos as like a type of mechanic that can be transferred into RNG for games, let me know. But then it also
horse betting, and then that determines
yep. So then
what place your horse gets in determines the type of attack you do.
Or not even what type, like they're all your horses, but then you are trying to get them to finish in a certain order, so that way,
there you go.
That way their effects are cast in that specific order. So then you're like, you're feeding your one horse an extra carrot because you're like, man, I really need to heal before this other horse crosses the finish line, who's going to use this move that drains both of us of energy. And if I don't heal first, it could kill me if it crits. And yeah. Okay.
All right.
I'm in on this idea.
We're cooking on this one. You had a little bit of like a monster raising part to it, like really with like how, like, are you a stamina horse? Are you going to consistently be able to place high multiple times, or like within the top? Yeah, we could nail this down and make it a really good system that takes a little too long.
Just about,
because like watch a whole race go by before your character is able to take actions.
In Clover Pit right now, like I'm looking at gameplay from them just like pulling the lever, and just like a second goes by, and then results start happening. 2 seconds go by, and it's like tallies up your stuff. Whereas we're now pitching a game that you have to watch an entire horse race before you figure out what actions you have available to you for the next part in the battle. I don't know. It sounds beautiful. It sounds wonderful.
And horse racing's in right now,
It is in right now. Thank you, Umas. But then another thought that I had with all these like casino RNG mechanics is like, how how different are they actually?
Mhm.
Are they just aesthetically different, or do they actually have different performances within the games? Um, and so like when I look at like a slot, like one slot machine,
Mm.
I'm kind of just reminded of a dice roll where,
Yeah.
it looks visually and aesthetically different, but however many options are on the slot roll, or just how many sides the dice is. Um, but then again, also assuming the slot machine mechanic actually works how a slot machine works, they are in order. There is a fixed order. Um, so you could potentially change. Well, I guess depending on the game. Some games you can see the slots rolling and you stop
Mhm.
them. So you can choose to stop at like a more strategic time because you can like see what's rolling by, right?
Mhm.
This game on screen right now, Clover Pit, isn't like that. This game is just pull the lever and you get what you get. Nothing is spinning. You pull it, it starts spinning, and then it starts stopping. Um, but then like this game, it has you change the slots where like certain uh icons appear more often. Is that just like if you're doing like cherries
Yeah, like
appear?
is that like just deck building is a different way,
Yeah,
right?
is
If
that
we think
just
about it.
is that just changing the face on the die?
Mhm.
Like cherries appear more often. It was a four-sided die. It had four different options. Now it's a five-sided die and two of them are cherries. Is that
Mhm.
you know is
And so,
that
like, what's interesting is that, like, I mean, like, I guess, like, really boring, not even interesting, kind of boringly, like, all of this is just comes down to like probability numbers, right?
Mhm.
And like the illusion that they put over the probability numbers. Um, with like a roulette game, if you add more cherries, right, into the mix, then like that's giving you a better chance to do the cherry effect. In the same way that like if you add more cards that have a certain effect, it gives you a better chance to draw the card to do the effect, and so forth and so on, like Dicey Dungeon with the dice and like getting certain dice kind of things moving on. Like it's interesting. Like, is that to like? I mean, it's just like yeah. To double down on your question, like, is that just a visual treat for your brain? Is that
Mhm.
just something to look your brain to look at and like feel more engaged because it's one thing or the other? Um, or like I'm sure there's some really like nerdy probability like math going into the different functions. Um, Something like roulette, right? Like how different is just having the five roulette spaces compared to like five dice? How
Yeah.
long? How or like it's like yeah, like because like you could just treat the roulette like you're treating like a Yahtzee, like like amount of dice, right? You roll the same amount of dice, you get X amount of. Although with roulette, you can have multiple like opportunities to create like
You're talking about like slots?
yeah slot yeah sorry so with like slots you have the equal amount of time, like more opportunity to like get diagonals and stuff like that,
Mhm.
and that's not something easily recognized like accounted for with dice. Like you can get like if you need three cherries and you get like three cherries horizontally, three vertically, and you also have a chance to get three diagonally, how would you even account for that
Right.
amount of probabilities with die?
So then now, that's something I where in Clover Pit specifically, if I think I'm
Mhm.
like, can I can you make this game and play this game exactly how it is, but with dice or even just cards? And
Mhm.
or does this game work? Does this game work because it's a slot machine mechanically, or does this game work because it's a slot machine like aesthetically and visually? But if I go to one of these other ones that I have, that I've played this one before, Slots and Daggers. This game, you can see right off the bat the difference in this slot, which is why I brought this up. It's not diagonals, right? These are slots. They spin, and this was the difference I was talking in Clover Pit. Clover Pit has a lever you pull, they spin and stop. This one, you hit the stop button to try to hit what you want individually.
Like this one, you could easily trade out for dice, I think.
This is what I'm thinking. And I think that's one of the reasons why Clover Pit probably is such a hit and works so well, is because the slot machine presentation and mechanic feels exclusive to a slot machine. This feels like it can be dice. Or even cards. Like I feel like this wouldn't be too far off from cards. So like this game, while I think it seems fine and is okay, the slot mechanic is very much, in my mind, just aesthetic. It's just a visual trigger for whatever slot brain you have. And then the last one I've got here, which I just recently found, which brought it up, this whole topic. It's Purelis. I don't know how to say it. Purelis. This game is almost in between the two, where again, no diagonals in this. It's just one line across. But as opposed to Slots and Daggers, you're hitting stop on each individual like slot, whereas this one you just hit it once. So you can see what's there, but you only hit it once, and whatever is all there is what's there. So like this is kind of like that in between slot between the games, but I still feel this is dice.
Yeah, like this should still be dice.
This could still be dice.
I think that you could do a fun deconstruction of this whole genre and just like list out the probabilities for everything, and just like not even have a cute mechanic like hiding it. You just like be like, all right, click a button, you have a 60% chance to do this, 30% chance to do this, 10% chance to do this, and then the game is just clicking the button. Like I think you could do like a fun little commentary deconstruction
there. I mean,
but that must exist.
There is a game. Hold on. Is it this one? Oh my God. It's going to take me. This isn't it. It would take me a little bit to find. But there is a game that I have seen, and I think it's hilarious. I've seen very little bit of it, but it was streamed by my guy, Northern Lion, and it was just flipping a coin. You just push the button, and it flips a coin, and it's heads or tails. And then you flip it again, and then it's like you flip the first one, and it's heads. And you flip it a second time, and it's heads again, and you're like, oh my God, 2 in a row, let's keep going. And then it's heads again, and you're like, holy crap, I got 3. And there's nothing else to it. It's just your streaks. It's just the streaks of what you get. But it's it just reminded me of what you're talking about, where you're just clicking a button and hitting a 50-50, and that's the game.
Yeah, because if you think about it, all these games are just like are percentile based, and they're all finding ways to change the probability and more in your favor. And there's not like that's like inherently a fun thing to the brain is to be like, I've now, and I've made things like I've made changes, so now I have a better odds of doing X, Y, or Z, and it makes you feel in control of the chaos of RNG, um, which is like what this genre I think is like for being random. Is they really sing when they allow you to attempt to control the chaos. They attempt to influence the randomness. Because like if it was just a pure RNG video game with no roguelike mechanics, no probability, like that, I don't think that would be fun outside of like a laugh, haha, for more than a day.
Yeah.
Like a couple, even like an hour or two. Um, and they just, so yeah, and like I don't know, they all dress it up in a fun little like slot machines, dominoes. I mean not dominoes. Cards, dice, and whatnot. And that just like adds further bit like little like notches to the brain to be like, oh, it's cuter because I like cards because cards nostalgia or something.
Okay, here's the game, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's called
Coin flipper.
It's called Unfair Flips.
Oh, okay.
And its description is it's a non-idle clicker game about flipping a coin that hates you, starting with just a 20% chance of getting heads. Can you get 10 heads in a row? And so like, yeah, you're flipping your coin. Doesn't sound very fair. It doesn't. You're just flipping your coin, and I guess you get money for maybe getting heads, and then you spend your money on upgrades to flip your coin more or increase your percentage of heads. But it's very much just like, just click the button and flip the coin, and that's it. That's it. But it's very funny to me. This is it.
Yeah.
I like on this this thing here. It shows you your streak here. Tails, tails, heads, heads, tails. This is the entire game. Tails, tails, tails. Yeah. Funny stuff, but yeah, to build up what we said, I think Clover Pit did the slot machine well.
As a setting. Oh yeah, no, Clover Pit did it
as a slot machine.
Mechanic.
Yeah.
It was Slots and Daggers, it was as aesthetic.
And I think for what like Slots and Daggers and Perilous or whatever it's called did, I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong that they did. I don't knock their games because their slot machines are not like couldn't strictly be a slot, right? I think I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to say like even though those games could have just been dice games, I still think it helps them be unique that the dice are slots instead.
The last 60 seconds of what you just said went just through my brain. Just like cool. did not even ascertain of a segment of it until like the last 2 words.
I was basically just saying that, you know, what
those summary
Slots and Daggers and Perilous aren't any less because they used slots in a way that could just be dice.
Mm-hmm.
Because I still think it's like, you know, important to hit an aesthetic, and being a slot machine instead of a dice roll is still unique right now. So I still think they're okay for doing what they did, basically.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like I don't know, like it's about overview. They're neat. They're neat. Video games are neat.
Video games are neat. Video games are cool. They're neat.
What would your Domino's game be? That's
tough. So yeah, if
that's the one I was like looking at, and I'm like, I really don't know how you would make that.
I think it. All I can think of is like in my brief time thinking of it was like, it's kind of just like cards. They're kind of just cards, but with 2 effects. And if you touch this effect to that effect, something happen, like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I hadn't fully thought it out. It was more just me like spitballing, like what else even is there for like these physical sort of like RNG mechanics to be translated.
If you connect a 1 and a 5, 1 would be is it gives you the 10 damage, and then the 5 is like fire attribute.
And then also you have a passive where every time you connect a number and it's an even number, you get you get +2 damage.
And then you do additives and like stuff like that. If the numbers add to make this type of number, we got it. I made the game in my head.
We've made 2 games. We made 2 games. We're on the way. We're making our domino game, and we're making our RPG that uses horse racing as its RNG mechanic.
Yep.
Yeah. Which that one's a banger. You do the creature collection, horse raising and taming, and then you take them into a fight and you get your RNG rolls through the results there. Lucid in chat. Lucid in chat thought we were talking about Domino's Pizza, which is
that was the pre-show joke.
Yeah.
So like if you were having a monster raising horse training RPG game, that seems like a game that you would have to take a lot of notes for.
Probably something that you would want to like figure out like, okay, if I can feed this horse this type of grass this many times before I send it to sleep on the 3rd night, then it gains these attributes. Yeah, and like that would be vital to know and just have that on a notepad in front of you. That way you don't have to use your stupid brain. You can use your brain power to store other things. I've never thought of it that way. The notepad is just an extension of your brain capacity.
Yeah, it's there to just, to just take the things your brain has thought of and remember them.
It's extra storage. It's like a USB flash drive for your brain.
Wow.
You ever think of it like that?
What used to be Sorry, I'm laughing so much that my chest started hurting. Yeah, I was just gonna talk about like, what would be the metaphor before computers for note taking? Like it's a USB flash drive. It's just like it's like carrying around a piece of your brain that you forgot.
Anyways,
yeah, I'll talk about so this is my topic. I guess I'll start.
Yeah.
One of the things that I like, I really genuinely think about, that is interesting to me in a video game, like Dinnermancer has said, in the chat. It's like I used to take notes when games were more cryptic. I like had to write down dungeon or puzzle design, like possibilities. Is that when a video game makes you interact with it and think about it in a way that's just more complicated, I guess, more investigative, and you have to take yourself outside of the game and you have to rely on knowledge that you've like written down. I in the docket I talk about Digimon here, but I'm going to talk about blueprints really as like the most pure form about this. Is that because of the amount of puzzles and things that could be puzzle related in blueprints, I very quickly found myself opening a notepad on my computer and starting writing down like, hey, this or that, with like the letters that you could in the pictures, right? They're like, they had 2 pictures and they're like, one would be a bird and the other one would be I picked a bad example. But like you would do it this or that. You'd be like, hey, like this seems to have the missing letter between these is H. That's going to come into play sometime later. And it's really rewarding, and maybe it's like the school homework part of your brain that's like built into you by like the
By
X
the
amount of years of schooling,
institutions.
by the institutions, where it feels really good to write something down and have it reward you later. Because like not only did you like, hey, you notice that something could be a clue and it turned out that you were right, like that's just inherently rewarding, but also it's like, oh man, like it makes you feel like the setup and payoff of a video game um like matters more. Blueprints is a great example. Puzzle games in general.
Yeah, Blueprints is like the modern like ultimate example of like taking notes and like having it reward you, because like I had heard heading into it, like I was very excited about the game already, but I had heard when people started playing it before me, they were like, I have pages of notes after playing this for like 20 hours. And um I got into it and like fairly quickly started seeing things and was like, I don't know if this is a thing. It
Mm-hmm.
looks like something. I can see a pattern here. I don't know if I'm ever going to see this again, or when the next time I will. I got to write this down. So that
Mm-hmm.
way when I find out like where this solution goes, I can like remember it, or like I can like look at my notepad and be like, "Oh, wait. Here's the connection." Um so so yeah, that game is like the poster boy, I think, for taking
Mm-hmm.
notes in like modern day. Um, Other than that game, a lot of my note taking had been maybe like temporary puzzles
Mm-hmm.
where it's like I'm in a puzzle right now. I I I keep failing it. I need to keep track of what I'm doing. And so like I'll take notes to keep track and then get through the puzzle and be like, okay, it was 231. Got it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Um Also before I move past this with blueprints and taking notes, did you see the Madman Day 9 play through blueprints without taking notes? He just
I
is
didn't. I think I saw a little bit of him play Blueprints, but I never saw like it for very long, so I
he
didn't
he
really realize.
he played through blueprints and he loved it. And his
Mhm.
whole thing going through it was just like, I'm not gonna take any notes and see if we can do this. And then things would happen where like he had like his other like sponsored streams and obligations that he had to do with like mostly walking and this and that. And then like 2 weeks went by without him playing because of everything happened. And he's like, we're gonna we're gonna play blueprints again and see what comes back to me. Um but yeah,
It's just like it's a viable way to play
it's
because like
fine.
it's just way more chaotic. It's
Yeah.
just way more like maybe not as rewarding,
And
maybe, or maybe I
I
don't know. It's just it's viable.
I think it's a different type of reward because
Mm-hmm.
like you said earlier, it is rewarding to have like to notice something, take a note of it, and then be able to look back and be like, "Ha, I figured it out. Here's the answer."
Mm-hmm.
Whereas yeah, with day 9, it was more just like everyone else is taking notes. I'm gonna be the guy who doesn't take notes and see if I can challenge myself in this way and do it. And then just like remembering things through that big old brain day 9 has. Um, but yeah, so Blueprints is poster child. You also wrote down here, Dinnermancer in chat
Mm-hmm.
said he still takes notes whenever he boots up Daggerfall. You
Yeah.
mentioned old school RPGs and dungeon crawlers also.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So like when I first wrote this down, because Dinnermancer is right, and I there's two ways. I'll talk about both of them because why the fuck not? Is that the older RPG games that like didn't have a quest log, they didn't invent that as like a feature yet, really. and were more like, I mean, like the Aggerfall and Arena being like kind of procedural, like definitely they just didn't put something in it like a waypoint or something like that. So it was very much of like, hey, you got to talk to the person in this town. They might be around here. And so like there's no quest log to look back at that info. You have to write it down somewhere, or else you're just going to be running aimlessly, maybe never like complete that quest line. Um, and what I love about Morrowind is that Morrowind knew that everyone did that and attempted to recreate that with a journal in game where your character wrote like things that you could look back at. They were not always the most helpful things, but like that journal was like you being like, oh hey, I need to bring this to this guy. I heard they work in this area, and at least gives you some direction when you look back at it. Well, when I was really thinking about like the old school RPGs and the dungeon crawler, it was like almost a different type of note taking when it was like map making. And like and this is something that I experienced later in life because I never played like a wizardry as a child. Or one of the like, the first person dungeon crawlers where you like were just in a maze basically. And then there were like turn-based RPG mechanics. So like you would eventually just start having to be like, all right, what the fuck is this dungeon's actual layout? There's no mini maps yet. We haven't made it. No one's ever heard of a mini map. So like you have to start like piecing together on like pen and paper or whatnot of like, all right, I've gone this way and I've gone right and I've gone right and it's a dead end. Or there's a big monster there. So then it was like making your own little map. And that's a different kind of rewarding because it's like, it's just a skill that like I feel like you don't use, especially nowadays. No one's making maps unless you're a cartographer.
And what are you making a map of? Something we already know.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So I found that like also to be super rewarding when I went back and I tried to play wizardry, like maybe like 6-7 years ago. But it again, like it just comes back to it being like a fun way of interacting with a video game that is outside of the video game.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's neat that just can exist.
Yeah, I agree. I think being able to use tools that aren't like built into the game is fun and cool. Steam, I'm pretty sure Steam has like a note taking section for like each game. I think there is like a notepad that you can bring up. And I swear I've used it. I briefly looked on Steam to try to see if I could find anything for it, but I think it's like a game by game basis, and I'm not going to go through every game and then try to find where the note is for that game. And then other notes that I taken, like you just commented on it. I had it on screen too. Lucid took notes for games like Secret of Monkey Island. And yeah, those like point and click adventure games. I played a Scooby-Doo one where I remember taking notes. I had played it for like on and off for like a while and never beat it, or never beat like all the scenarios in it. So then eventually it just got to the point where I was just like, I know I'm not going to beat it here. I'm going to take notes. So that way, when I come back to it, I can see what I've done, see what I tried, and like know where I failed, to know how to get this or get that. And then there's also obviously the classic cheat codes. Or even like,
level codes.
The level codes.
Like, the pre-save like technology, right?
Yeah, exactly. So like I had a notepad when I was real young. Me and my mom were playing Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. And we were having a race to see who could finish the game first. And we weren't like sitting next to each other and handing the controller off, like trying to play it like that, like trying to beat it. Like, again, I was young. I wasn't good at games yet. So like it would be like I'm playing during my free time after school or something. And then she's going to play, whatever. And we're just going to play and let the other person know when we win. And for that had those like pre-save
Mhm.
codes. And I would write those down in a notepad. Uh and one of them I wrote down correctly but entered wrong one time and it still worked. And it brought me to Robotnik. And I was like, holy crap. I was just like, I'm gonna win. I don't even have to. I don't know how many guys I just skipped over, but I know how to get to Robotnik now. I got this. Uh and then it was like the next day, I think I told my mom about it. I was like, yeah, I got to Robotnik. I got the code. And she was like, oh, I beat it. I was like, you god damn it. And then now thinking back at it, I'm just like, how long ago did she beat it?
Exactly. Like, yeah, she beat it ages ago, and she was just like
Yeah.
being like, "Yeah, hey, Chris, yeah,
Yeah.
you're doing so good, honey."
But then still couldn't let me know that, like, couldn't have me get the win. Just still had to be
Mhm.
like, oh, that's so cool. You got to Robotnik? I did too. Yeah, I beat him. Like, damn it, mom.
You got to call up Mama Parker and be like, "How long before I beat
Mom, remember we were playing
Mean Bean
Dr.
Machine?"
Robotnik? How long did it take you to beat? Because, like, I remember going to you and she'd be like, oh, like a day, 2 days. That's what I'm imagining. She'd be like, oh, yeah, just, I don't know, a couple days.
Um. Lastly, I feel like I brought this topic up because of playing the new Digimon game, and because of like again like the weird anti-quality of life stuff that exists in a game with a bunch of quality of life stuff, is that they don't have like the evolution charts in like the farm. So when you're grinding certain skill levels up, like your attack to defense, your SP, your HP, speed, blah 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 blah, you there's no way of knowing what number you need to hit unless you remember it. So I've created a whole word pad and I've saved it to my desktop, and it's just like columns of Digimon names and then the stats they need to digivolve into certain Digimon. And it's become a little bit unruly. And I just have like a little formula now of like, all right, they go up here if they're currently in the farm, and they're down here if they're just in my PC basically. And I move them back and forth, and I'm like, all right, I need to make sure that this dude gets attack and defense up to this part. And it's become like in this one, I think it is a little bit like this could be an easy quality of life feature that the game could just allow me to. But at the same time, I am doing this, and who knows how long it took me to make this document. I no longer am like jumping back and forth between menus that I would have to have done, even if they included like the Digivolve screen. Like I still would have to go the extra menu and whatnot. So it still feels rewarding, even though it's me making up for something that I think the game lacks. So Lucid, yeah, to Lucid in the chat says demo told me what stats I needed and covered what mod it was when I digivolved. Um, yeah, you can see the stats you need to digivolve, but when you're in the farm, when you go to the specific stat raising like daycare, um, you can't see the digivolve screen in the farm. You can only see your Digimon and their stats. So like if I put an Agumon in the farm and I need like 1,000 attack to become Greymon, I have to remember that in my head to like, or if I don't, then like the worst case scenario is then I take Agumon out of the farm. I go back into get off like a screen later, go back into the menus, go to the Digi Evolution screen, click on Agumon, then scroll over to Gray, like what looks like Greymon again because they're silhouetted, and go, oh fuck, I needed 30 more attack. So then I got to go back to the screen, go back to the farm, put Agumon back in the farm, attach the attack thing back to him. Yeah, like there's just a lot of too many steps for no reason, it feels like. So I've become a person who's now just like writing down everything that I've ever needed to evolve. While I throw these Digimon into their little farm, which is probably the most underbaked. I mean, the most underbaked thing is the mini game. The fake card game, virtual pet mini game is the worst thing, and the farm is probably the second worst thing of an overall pretty good game. But that's an example of like note taking to make up for something the game that like doesn't feel super rewarding. Where like making a map and taking notes of like things you recognize is rewarding.
Yeah, this is more like, why isn't this information here? Why do I have to take a note of this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of any other examples I've done of note taking in
Mm-hmm.
video games. And I want to say I had taken notes in some, like, not Fable, but like during that time period in my life of like another like RPG where I think I took notes of like quests. There was I remember making a quest log basically of just being like, oh, do this, do that, and then falling off of it because it was similar where it was just like, if the game had done it itself, I would have been like happy. But I didn't want to keep like writing down like people I talked to and what they had, what fetch quests they wanted me to do or whatnot. I wish I could remember what the game was. But yeah, that's another example, I guess, of just like, I took notes because the game wasn't giving me what I needed, rather than like as like a tool for uh a solution, I guess.
Mm-hmm. You just reminded me that like the first time I played Final Fantasy Tactics, I kept a notepad of like basically a glossary. Like I just like had like a character name and like like a sentence about the character just so I could fucking remember who they were, because the game starts like unrailing into like politics, and I was just a kid and be like, I realized like the third time I saw someone, I'm like, I don't fucking remember who you are. I was like, why do we hate you again? Like, what's going on? Because I'm a dumb kid. So eventually I started being like, all right, this guy, traitor. Just like um and again, like that's something that we've progressed. Like now most RPGs have glossaries, most RPGs have like I mean Final Fantasy just 16 has that brilliant, like you can just pause the screen and it will just tell you everything that's like in the cutscene. It will show you like what that character's name is, a blurb about them, or like what a country's name is, and like it's very helpful. Like the real-time glossary that it has is a beautiful invention.
That's like I think Amazon does that. Amazon Video does
Mm-hmm,
something like
mm-hmm.
that where you pause it and it tells you the actors on screen.
Yeah, it's like basically that for video games, and it feels like early that specific video game, and it's very helpful, especially with an RPG where you commit, you know, so many times in my life, commit 40 hours to a game. Something new and shiny comes out, play that, go back to RPG and go, I don't know what the fuck's happening.
Yep. There have
like,
been,
I don't remember. Gosh darn thing.
There have definitely been RPGs that I have had that happen where I put in a bunch of time, step away from it because the new shiny thing comes out, and then I go back to it and I'm like, I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know how to play this game anymore, and I'm not going to. And I just drop it. So yeah. No good.
And then lastly, you touched upon it, and the chat touched upon it, like a lot of the puzzle based games. Even if I thought like even then that a lot of the puzzle solving didn't make any sense.
Another thing, not quite the same. But I was like, I liked being creative when I was younger, and I would
whether you like it or not is a different story.
Yeah. I would for Advance Wars, I think it was Advance Wars, you could make maps. I can't remember if the first one or if like the second one had it or whatever, but one of the Advance Wars games, you could create your own maps for. And so I would like use pen and paper. I just like draw my own maps out on those. So, and then translate it into the game. Not quite the same, but I was still, I don't know, I was using a tool outside the game to like draft up something while I was away from it. Yeah.
Beautiful. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, so we've talked about things that we've done in video games and the games that we've played, but what if there were other people playing video games that were really good at it and you got to watch them play competitively for money? That's what I'm going to talk about.
Some of my favorite stuff in the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to talk about. Because nobody else plays video games. Because guess what, folks? I like video games, okay, and I like esports. And there's nothing you can do about it. And
it's your show, so you're talking about it.
There's some esports happening this weekend, okay? First up, Luminosity makes moves Miami, which is interesting because there's all kinds of weird stuff going on with the organization Luminosity, where they've been like, they like aren't really a thing anymore. It's weird. New ownership, something, I don't know. But Luminosity makes moves is a big Smash Brothers tournament happening this weekend. And I guess platform fighter tournament, I'll say. It has Smash Brothers Ultimate, Smash Brothers Melee, and Rivals of Aether 2, along with beach volleyball. Sure.
Beach volleyball.
Yeah. But yeah, this is happening this weekend. And I think I can't remember the last big esport tournament or event that happened for both Ultimate and Melee. So I'm pretty excited about this. We've got some big names coming to this one. We'll go to Ultimate first.
Their Ultimate has
here's
about 1.5 times the amount of
of entrants. Yeah. But they both, like, the big names are here for both games. So in Ultimate, Sonics, Syrup, Cola, Zombia, Dark Wizzy, Shiny Mark, Louis Money, Peebnut, Jazzo.
Just get Mutace, big Mutace
hater. Mutace. Sorry, I started scrolling through. So like some high quality talent here. It's not a, how do I describe it? Like the whole A tier, B tier, S tier thing for tournaments is mostly based on how many people enter and
participant quality of participants.
And like I'm not speaking to that when I'm say A tier, B tier, or whatever, but if I was to equate like the players to the tournament here, the talent is like an A or B tier. You don't have, or for Ultimate at least, you don't have
most of the Japanese players.
Most of the Japanese players coming to this. There's no, I mean, Tweak's retired, so you don't have Tweak anymore. I don't think Spargo's coming to this, or MK Leo. But you do have Sonics, who's like got to be the favorite, I think. Or followed up by Syrup, probably Zomba. I think those are my top three if I had to make a guess.
Mutace could always do something.
That's the thing with this tournament that I think is so exciting, is because it is that, like, maybe not it's like not the top 25. It's like 25 to 50 or whatever. I think the competition gets a lot closer, where Mutace could win. Shawnee Mark could win. Peebnut could win. You know, I think it's this tournament specifically is fun for that reason. Lustrade asks if Hurt is going there. I don't think so. I didn't see his name here. I didn't see any of the Japanese players here. But like if you had to choose K, your top, we'll say top 4. What's your top 4 finishing at this ultimate?
Man, you're making me engage with ultimate.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm kidding. All right, yeah. I mean, so
it's something that
Sonics,
the players don't often do, especially if they play Steve.
Yeah, Sonics, Zamba, Syrup, Mutis.
Okay. If I'm gonna
and then Dark Horse, Apollo Kage, and Jazzo.
I actually want to give you a second chance at this because I'm pretty sure
my brain.
I have remembered. I'm pretty sure I remember that Steve is banned. I think from this.
Oh,
I believe they, because some tournaments get away with doing that somehow. But I believe Steve is banned, so Syrup would be playing as Ness.
Okay, it's not good Ness though. Yeah, I just think take Syrup out and
because like I'll give
fuck it, Shiny Mark.
Okay,
Pikachu, but godlike.
I would. Here's my maybe my dream.
Anathema.
No, maybe my dream top 4 is gonna be Shiny Mark, Peebnut, Mutace, and Dark Wizzy.
Ooh, Dark Horse, Dark Wizzy.
Yeah, I don't think Dark Wizzy's a top 4 player, but I was a big Dark Wizzy fan back in the day. But yeah, like there's a lot of top 4 people like in contention here. I'd say like Cola, like chat said.
Godlike, busted, dinner.
Oh.
Sick as hell, nice as hell.
He's nice as hell, busted. Jazzo could take top 4, maybe even Goblin, Omega. There's just, I don't know. There's a lot of people. Apollo Kage.
I like Apollo Kage quite a bit.
There's a lot. Even if I go to the second page here, we got Alejman, Icon, Quandale, Dingle-Ingleton, Jaja, Mystery, Jackal. I could see Jackal in top 4.
I like Jackal. Mr. E is such a classic to my brain of like Xanadu's.
Yeah.
So long ago.
Oh, Goblin has been doing good lately? That's crazy. Because I feel like he fell off for a while. Page 3, names I recognize here. No Tag, Leon. Leon's like very casual, I think, now, though, the Bowser player. Yeah. So that's Ultimate. Melee also, I would say
a little less of the top here, but we still have a lot of good people.
In Melee?
Yeah.
I think Melee's got a good showing.
No Cody or Zane, so that like a lot of people just immediately discount it.
You don't have Cody or Zane. You don't have number 1, number 2, but you've got Hbox, Aklo, Wizrobe,
Hungry Boy. I got my girl Magi.
Magi's gonna be there. Moth's gonna be there. Gatsu. There's still a good showing of Melee player. J-Chew's gonna be there. Can't wait to see J-Chew versus Hungry Box. Because that just seems to happen. But yeah, I think this is still a fun.
I like Moth too.
I like Moth. CPU Zero. There's this Prof. There's good players here for sure. And it's kind of the same here as with the ultimate bracket, where not having and this is just the top two, Cody and Zane. Not having those two opens up top four, top eight, I think, a lot. For some shenanigans could lead to more upsets. I think the top four on this list, I don't know if this is how the seeding works, but I think the top four on this list are probably like front runners for top four: Hbox, Aklo, Wizrobe, and Axe.
You'd say that, but like Moki's won a tournament more recently than Axe.
Is Moki here?
I thought I see Moki's name. Yeah, he's in pool MSA too.
Oh, you're looking
Moki,
at pools.
Magi, yeah, sorry. It's just easier for my brain.
Yeah, that's
Moki, Magi, Moth, lowercase hero. It's a good pool. It's a good pool.
Yeah, well, okay. We'll look at pools also. Yeah, look, Hbox, Spark, Panda, Moki, Magi, Moth, Wizrobe, Akla, J-Chu, and Preeminent. Axe, Crudo, Ben, Chem. There's good top ends in these pools. I think if I'm doing the same thing here for top four, I think my dream top four is Hbox, Wizrobe, Axe, Magi.
I was gonna call you out so fucking fast if you didn't put Magi in the top four.
I'll put Magi in the top four for sure.
Oh, yeah, it's my girl.
Mm-hmm.
Woo Magi. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd pick Magi, Hbox, Moki, Wizzy. Yeah, it's not. That's just
Moki's if I had to go five, Moki's five. You know,
and that would be five for me. So
one of the things that
Moth would be six.
Moth would be six. I don't know. You got Wevins. You got the Samus player.
Yeah, we do have Wevins.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, the more non-spaces we have, the more chance for Magi to get upset.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think I think the Ultimate looks good. I think the competition looks good and fair. I think Sonic's is like the runaway favorite, but Sonic's only gets second place, so who knows? And then Melee. I don't know. I don't think there's a runaway favorite here. I think.
I mean, like the money is on Hungry, but again,
I think it's
Hungry.
If the money's on Hungry Box, I think Moki is probably right behind him.
Mm-hmm.
If this was a different year, I'd put the money on Moki because this is an event where Hungry Box and Wizrobe would be in it together, and historically Wizrobe was destroying Hbox, but it's been a lot closer recently, and Hbox has been beating him. And yeah, Axe.
And again, Axe just took a set off Hbox
as Fox.
That was such a wacky tournament too, because Hbox was like on in his Duffy until top 8, and then he just was not playing as well as he was, and I'm like, darn.
Yeah. And then
that old win every once in a while,
Yeah.
Where are the wins for him? He hasn't had enough of it.
And then there's also there's Rivals here. Rivals 2.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not stacked. There are some names that I recognize. I recognize Applewiz and I don't know, Nog or Noff. Um, but this is definitely like a side. There's another melee or Rivals 2 event happening somewhere else that's bigger with
Mm-hmm.
like there's another event happening the same weekend with like a cake assault in it. So this one's like the
This would be probably more local to Florida.
yeah. Um, I wish I could remember the name of the other one, but yeah, it has like cake assault, B-Bats.
Mm-hmm. Names I know.
Yeah, I forget who else at the top of my head, but a lot of other people going to that one. Um, and then aside from Luminosity makes moves Miami, Evo
Evil France.
France is this weekend. It's in Nice. I think it's actually is it pronounced Nice?
I think it is.
I haven't heard a dang thing about this until I looked it up. October France, um, Street Fighter, Tekken, Guilty Gear, Dragon Ball, Grand Blue, Fatal Fury. Um, Dinnermancer keeps saying plus. He wants to say plup. Yeah. Um, but I haven't heard a thing about.
Dinner was just talking about the ticket price should be $69 if it's in Nice.
um. So yeah, I think it's weird that I haven't like heard anything about this Evo France because like first off, you look at the attendees. 3,500,
Yeah.
right?
But who is anybody?
Who is
But that's my issue with
go
all these other.
go one Leffen to
Yeah, I know
kill
Leffen.
Sage? I'm
I know.
fairly certain Sonic Fox is here. Knuckle
I
Do, Mena
couldn't find
R
him in fight.
Mena RD. If I
I'm gonna
look up
find them.
Sonic, oh, maybe they dropped out. They were here. I looked at this like 2 days ago, and Sonic Fox's name was on here.
Mm-hmm. Not flying to Europe.
Um,
Oh, Tekken.
but
Playing
still,
Tekken. Who would have thought?
yeah. Some good names in this for uh fighting game fans. We got Lil Fox, not Sonic's Fox, but we got Lil Fox here. Punk's gonna be there.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Nakadu, like I said, Daigo.
The goat.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Who else do I recognize back
When
here?
I engage with like the big fighting game tournaments, it is very much something I just watch like as like a pure spectator.
Sure.
Like there's not, I don't really know the narrative like of most of these games. Sometimes I get like little hit tidbits here and there about like, with Tekken, it's just like well, everyone from Pakistan is the greatest Tekken player of all time. Or like I'll get like you know like the things that Sonic Fox ends up winning. I know like the Dragon Ball Fighters and the Injustice kind of stuff that's very much like or Mortal Kombat also. I know that they're like the best at those ones, but like I don't know the narrative of anyone playing Grand Blue Fantasy, a game that is aesthetically pretty.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat where yeah, I guess the narrative, the in-game stories uh don't don't hit me like they do with Smash because of how I follow Smash Brothers. But there are still a good amount of like fighting game players I just know. Um, all the ones I listed off. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's an Evo. It's not the Evo.
Mm-hmm.
But uh it's still got a good attendee like count and talent, I think, come into this. Plus you've got, which I think is interesting, that Hunter x Hunter game, then Impact.
Yeah,
Haven't really seen too much of that. Um, it's not listed on here.
135 entrants.
Oh, actually, you know what? Sonic Fox might be here. But at a side event.
Mhm.
Because there's this event that's happening at Evo. It's a 2XKO event.
Oh yeah. Out today.
Wow. But that's happening at Evo France. And if you go to, oh, maybe he's not here. I went to Teams trying to see if I can find people's names. Yeah, maybe he just dropped out.
Yeah, I think they did. I
Yeah,
think
they did. You're
they
right.
did jump out. I
Uh,
fucked it up. Right? And those are my pronouns.
yeah. Oh, there's a stink bug crawling behind my monitor. Um,
Whoa.
yeah, but they 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 were planning to go there. They're not anymore. Darn. Um, but yeah, I thought this would also be an event that you would see like Leffen at.
Yeah.
Um,
There, I mean, they're playing Guilty Gear. Oh, the 2XKO. Yeah.
yeah,
Sorry.
this 2XKO because they're playing Guilty Gear at Evo France. Um, I thought they would be here for this, but I guess not. I also thought Sonic Fox was, but maybe they were teaming together. And now that Sonic Fox appears not to be going, uh maybe it's just not a team anymore. Um so yeah. Uh those are the things those are some things happening this weekend. The last one I'll mention briefly, because it's hard to find anything for it, is the Milwaukee Pokemon Regional Championships.
Yep.
Um I don't know. I like the Pokemon esports, the VGC.
Yeah, I mean, so my thing about Pokemon, again, Pokemon, and also like the most of the Evo France games is I love putting them on,
Mm-hmm.
and as my second monitor experience, with Pokemon, I feel a little bit more like I understand what's like what people are doing,
Okay.
because like I can look at it and these mechanics are things that I understand as mechanics, at least with like actual VGC with like TCG and the Go, I'm way out of my depth. Um, but I love watching me a good top four Pokemon
Yeah, like
tournament bracket.
a good final day Pokemon.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I love seeing the mind games. Like it's such a fun little mind game esport.
Yeah.
Uh, like it can be really rewarding, especially and like a lot of times it's just like, all right, like there's so much like behind the scenes stuff with Pokemon VGC stuff, like the team building aspect and like the theory crafting and all of that, which I don't really have that much of a touchstone to, because like a lot of my Pokemon experience is just like I like my guys, I like my Quagsire, my Porygons,
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
and to true and like a lot of like the back end EV strat kind of team strategy and synergy stuff just eludes me. I've just never really got into it. But once you get to them, like those 4 on the floor 2v2 doubles battles, I'm so invested. And I'm
Yeah.
like, oh man, you're gonna attack into which one? You're gonna do what? It's just a really brilliant little esport.
And it's growing.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly growing. I think like every year for the last like 2 years or so, they have multiple like regional events that become the new most entered event that they've ever had. Um I don't remember exactly which events it's happened to, but multiple times I've seen like, oh, this regional was the had the highest amount of entries in a
Mm-hmm.
in VGC history, and then later that year it gets broken again, and then the next year they break it again, and they break it again, and it's just like more and more people are going to these. Um, I did try to look up on this live roster,
Mm-hmm.
um, some of the names I know, and I'll say Wolf's not there. He was last year. He did come to the Milwaukee Championship last
Mm-hmm.
year. And then there's a few errands, and doesn't seem to be any errands going. Or at least, Not on
Sign
this
me up.
list. This list only shows
Make me team. Sign me up. I'll head over there for this
to
weekend.
Milwaukee.
No.
Okay. This also only has 44 people on it. So
There's
it's
gotta be more.
so yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I'll touch this quickly because like I can't even see who's going. Um, I doubt the tournament pairings are up. Yeah, no, none of the tournament pairings. So we'll find out more about who's there. I don't know how else to, other than when it starts. Um, but yeah, that's another event that'll like pop in and out of this weekend. Yeah, and if I had to rank my excitement for them, I think it goes Luminosity Makes Moves Miami.
Yep.
And then, dependent on if I know anyone going, would be Pokemon and then Evo France. But if I don't know anyone at the Pokemon event, if there's no names I recognize, it would be Evo and then Pokemon. Because then Evo just has some stories to follow.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna be Luminosity VGC Evo. I think that's just what it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So yeah. Speaking of ranking things,
Yeah.
did you want to
Let's do. I made a gosh darn tier list. So Chris and I become a content pill. You know, we need viewers. We need listeners. We need people to engage so we can send sponsorships.
Yeah.
No, I just couldn't think of a fucking last topic, and I was like, you know what would be fun, dumb, and silly is to rank a bunch of mascot characters for video games. Because I love mascots. I think they're cute and adorable, and we don't need me to spend too much longer. You like mascot. Everyone likes mascot. Everyone looks at Mario and goes, "Oh, that's Mario." I like knowing who Mario
I don't know
is.
if all of them are cute and adorable.
And that's what we're going to break down today.
Not all the ones you've got on
Does
here.
Chris really hate Shadow the Hedgehog?
I hate Shadow.
We'll find out. We'll find out right now.
All right. Mascot tier list. Let's kick this off, okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You have it on. You have it on the. I don't.
On the stream.
The stream.
Got it nice and big. Ranking mascots. Dinnermancer says Bubsy is S tier, obviously.
Whatever blows your hair back. I also, when I made this, it didn't allow me to immediately create an F tier. Do you want an F tier, or do you want to wait and maybe put an F tier in later?
There is an F tier.
Oh my god, there is. Why isn't there one for? That's fucking
There's no
crazy.
E tier.
Yeah, you skip E, or Sonic the Hedgehog rating system.
Yeah. Okay. What are the metrics we're ranking by? It's feeling. It's our thoughts and feelings.
And I will bring in some, like, maybe objective truths about some of them.
Maybe.
But we're gonna argue through them.
Yeah. All right. So do you want to pick and choose throughout it, or do you want to go in order?
My one fun fact about this mascot list and how they're ordered is that I put no thought into how they're ordered. I think I accidentally put the first, like,
there's a lot of alphabetical.
Entire row, I think, is in alphabetical order, and then after that it goes off the rails. Because I don't know how that happened.
Not the entire first row, but I think up to Dante. Because then you go from Dante to Parappa.
Yours is big.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
Yeah, let's go.
Aero Acrobat.
Aero the Acrobat.
We've got
for the Sega Master System.
Yep. I played this game. I never owned this game. In my Sega Genesis days, there were some games that I played but never owned. I just kept renting them from the video store. And Aero Acrobat, I rented a few times.
I owned Aero the Acrobat, and I contribute Aero the Acrobat for why I hate circus scales and music. I
Mm-hmm.
hate that. Like it's trigger in my brain of annoyance, and I think it's because of Arrow the Acrobat. That being said, his design isn't bad. Like just like how he looks cool enough, I guess.
He looks okay.
Hmm.
Um, my initial thoughts
Hmm.
are okay. So my first initial thought was D, right?
Okay, that was my first initial thought.
My first initial thought was D. And then I started thinking, I was like, well, if this is a D, what the heck's an F?
Hmm.
You know? So like I say we can come back to these, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll start Arrow in D.
Hmm.
Looks like a Sonic, man. Some Alex says. I could kind of see that. It was the 90s, so sure.
Hmm.
All right, how about Astrobot?
Astrobot. I think that while Astrobot's games are incredible, I think standard Astrobot without a cool costume is only okay.
I'm with you.
Um, I think there's so much about Astrobot that I think is awesome. The game is really fucking fun. The music is fun. The platforming is fun. He doesn't inspire anything in me. I look
Right.
at him and he's like an apple, like thing
Yeah. Yeah,
drinking water.
this robot could very well just be in the background of any game and just just be a prop that was thrown into a game, you know.
Hmm.
With that being said, I do still
I
think
do think he's above Acro
I
or
think he's
Arrow.
above Arrow. Um he is still cute,
Hmm.
and like the personality doesn't convey through the image. But that adds to like the cuteness, just like the personality and charm that the character does have within its gaming universe. Um, I'm thinking C.
Yeah, that was just, we're lockstep so far.
Okay.
We're both good. I
Okay.
also think C for Astrobot.
Yeah. Now,
And now,
Banjo.
question.
Uh huh.
My question to you
Uh
is
huh.
for the duo mains.
Like,
Are they both collectively the mascot?
or is it the
So this
main?
really, or yeah, this really only ascertains to Banjo Kazooie, Ratchet and Clank, and Jack and Daxter. So is it just? Are we ranking just Banjo or Banjo and Kazooie together?
Is it? So you're saying is it Banjo, Ratchet, and Jack? I think it's the duo.
Okay, cool. I'm for there. Collective.
Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
Banjo and Kazooie
Mm-hmm.
as a mascot. Listen,
Yes.
I'll throw
Rare,
this
rare.
I'll throw this out right away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's below a B, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're B through
Yeah.
S.
Yeah.
The Banjo and Kazooie.
Mm-hmm.
Um it hurts that we haven't gotten anything from them in
Mm-hmm.
quite some time, which is making me lean more towards the A B rather than S and also the
Okay.
letter A. I had to word that in a very specific way.
B and S and also the letter A. um yeah, Banjo Kazooie for me is tough. That like this is what we're gonna fall down to for a lot of these is like it's tough for me to associate video games without thinking about Banjo Kazooie just because of the time we grew up, just
Mm-hmm.
because of I had it for my N64. It was the game I probably played the most on my N64 as like a kid until I got a little older and then I went back and played other games more. But like that was the one where I was like I was like got lost in. I'm like they're making noises, they're going yo. Um, they're it was like funny, it was fun.
Mm-hmm.
So like my initial thought is S, but I'm willing to go A tier.
Oof.
Um,
S.
be, you want to do S?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I think
okay.
I understand. I
Mhm.
completely understand
I-
where you're coming from.
Yeah. I can't
Um,
wait for this list to break down so fast at a certain point too. Because again, like in my brain, there's maybe too many S tiers, which doesn't make for a good arbitrary list, right?
well, so in my brain, I didn't specifically think like a certain tier, but I was
Hmm.
thinking like could be top heavy.
Hmm.
I'm thinking A for Banjo.
I will accept A as long as he's near the top of A. Not that I don't know if we're gonna like rank individual
We'll see.
like
We'll see.
stuff, but like him and Kazooie,
They're funny. They're funny.
they're
They're
funny.
lovable.
They're the best thing the British ever made. Let's be honest.
True.
Um,
All right. So then let's go Blinks.
Blinks the Time Cat.
But you start off here.
Blinks the
What what do you
Yeah.
what are your feelings?
Xbox Xbox really needed to like make a mascot because it was mascot time, and they had two ideas. They had Blinks the Time Cat and Master Chief.
Yeah.
Um, Here's the thing: I have fond memories of Blinks One. I think Blinks Two is pretty bad. I think there's also like a creative character thing. So you didn't really play as Blinks, so what the fuck's the point? Um, he is a little cool looking. I don't think he's higher than B. I don't
Higher
think he can. I
higher
don't think he
than
can.
B?
I think he's B or lower. Sorry.
I think he's C or lower.
Okay.
Because my thoughts are he's pretty cool,
Hmm.
but there's something about him that feels like you know, they weren't done cooking. You know,
Hmm.
he's not fully baked. They can go more here, right?
He also like I will actually say against like or in for him being lower on the list, he does feel like the most derivative like of the mascots.
Sure.
Maybe not the most, but he's like they saw anamorphic animal and they like and I don't know, like try to make him cool, try to make him 2002, like what's cool to kids into. Like he's very much of like, I mean, that's what all mascot characters are, but he feels more derivative. So CD or not, I don't think he's F though. For sure, don't think he's F.
He's not F, but out of all the characters on the list, or at least that we've gotten to so far,
Mhm.
Blinks is the character that makes me think Arrow could be F.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking, because I don't think I there's something about Blinks being cool ish and like that like
Hmm.
not fully baked factor where I'm like I think he could be better and cooler and like they could work with Blinks. Um and so like I don't think he
I think
belongs
that.
in the same tier
Mhm.
as Arrow.
I
So
think too. Fear is in the chat's point. Like, I think Blinks is partially hemorrhaged by not being used in like in 20 fucking years.
mhm, mhm, mhm.
And so his all of his examples are like 1.5 video game,
Yeah,
which I think does hold him back. He obviously didn't succeed for a reason, whether or not that's just because of the game mechanics or if he wasn't cool enough. I don't
Microsoft.
know. Microsoft, Xbox, always fucking up.
Yeah. So here's my proposal or thought.
Hmm.
If you want to put him in C,
Hmm.
I'm all right with it. I'm all right. Hello, Toaster Toad. Toad's on this list too.
Hmm.
Um, if you want to put him in C, you're okay with it. I'm leaning more towards D and then moving Arrow to F.
All right.
Like if I have
I'll
my
allow it. I will allow it. It was subject to maybe move him up to C later, depending on how this pans out.
Fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's it's all subject to change. You know, there's asterisks on this, like where Microsoft announcing Game Pass bonuses. All right, Bomberman.
Okay, so
should have put Knack on this list. Yeah, Bomberman.
Classic. An icon of video games. He's got a cute design. He's got bombs. I have a plushie of him with a little bomb. Definitely nowhere near like the star power. Like he's like you know, he's an old he's an old sports player who's way past his prime, and he's just now just a talking head. Like people like when they go like, oh man, I remember the Bomberman years. And the chat, I think, said it for me. I think he's B or C.
Yeah,
despite how much I love him.
I was gonna say Dinnermancer nailed it for me. Exactly what I was thinking. B for Bomberman. I think it's B or C also. I think I'm leaning towards B. But it's definitely B or C for me. So where
I think again, for now, we can put him in B, and then we just see how B tier moves.
Okay.
We're still in the feeling it out. We have one in each, other than S.
All right, now this next one, I know we've got.
We're not getting this one in S.
I know we've got some strong feelings in chat for Bubsy.
Pilot's license. Who needs one?
Would that okay? I do have thoughts about Bubsy. Okay.
Oh fuck! Sorry. I just realized that I had Gex on this list at one point, and now he's not here. But anyway, continue.
I have thoughts about Bubsy.
Yep.
I think, and it runs right in line with kind of, except nothing lower than S. It goes right in line with the games, I think, but there's something about the character in the games being bad and terrible and over the top that it like comes back around a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
And like
he's what like they wish for more for Morbius to be. Like he's so memeified that he's better than he is supposed to be.
Yeah. So but yeah, Dinnermancer kind of said it. Although realistically, I think he can actually be next to Bomberman because of the new game coming out. I think Bubsy's a C.
I'm right there with you. I was like, Bubsy is a C.
I could see him become, I don't know what this thing I'm doing is, becoming a B tier.
A star. You're like, you just
no, I could see Bubsy moving up at some point.
Is Bubsy above or below Astrobot? Then, do you think?
I think Bubsy is probably more recognizable than Astrobot.
That I don't know if I agree, but I think he still might be above Astrobot.
I don't know. I don't know where he goes here exactly, either before or after Astrobot. I might want to put him up before it though.
I do think if you go like this C tier, I think you are starting to be in the like the C like this isn't what this list is, but like I think there's like if you polled 100 people and you showed them Bomberman, I think like a decent amount of those people would know Bomberman. I think once you hit the Bubsy and Astrobot, you're getting into like maybe most people wouldn't. Like a good portion of them would, but not. You're getting lower in the.
But there is reason for that. You know, there will be correlation. Captain Falcon.
Yeah, the captain himself.
The captain himself.
As mascot of F-Zero or the mascot of Smash, Christopher.
That's the thing here, right? Is nobody knew the Falcon until he punched.
You
know?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I it's not quite the same as like a Marth, where
Yeah.
America didn't know Marth until Captain Falcon, because Japan sure as hell did.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew Captain Falcon though?
Yeah, like F-Zero existed,
Mm-hmm.
and like you
He,
saw his little like his square, right,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
on the character, but like who was
It,
it? Who is Captain
it,
Falcon? And even to this day, who is Captain Falcon? What's his personality?
uh,
What's he got? What's the, you
and
have
like,
what, an anime?
yeah, he did have an anime and a couple games, and is uh a mainstay in Super Smash Brothers. But uh, I forget what I was gonna say. So there. um, Captain Falcon, I think. Oh, this is what I was gonna say. Are they on this list actually? Where the heck's Star Fox?
Oh, he was on the show. Okay, give me a second. Let me edit. I'm gonna edit this in real time.
Oh
You ready
my
for this?
god, is it gonna? It's not gonna pop. I'm gonna have to refresh. Is it gonna save my
Yeah,
tears?
yeah, yeah,
But my
yeah.
point with him and Fox is
Mm-hmm.
like their games are very similar in a way where they're when they started out, they were just a character inside of a vehicle, and you played as the vehicle, right? But Captain Falcon's character didn't take off, and Star Fox's character did. Like I knew who Fox was.
All right, maybe reload. If you have to reset
I
everything,
I
then I
didn't
still have it saved where we need to go.
didn't have to reload. What are we doing? Ads? Ad maker? I don't want to do any of that. What if I reload again? Do you go away? Thank you. Oh, and you put Gex in here too. Great. All right. It is. All right. Let's start cruising through this a little bit more.
It's a little late.
Captain Falcon.
Um,
I knew it would be when we started
mhm,
this tier list. I was like, ooh, it's gonna be long.
mhm.
That's fine. I'm thinking
I
Captain Falcon C.
I'm putting, yeah, top of the scene. I think he's cooler than Bubsy just objectively. Um, and I think his games are better. And Falcon Punch is one of the more iconic moves in gaming,
Yeah,
but I still think that he's missing out on like some like X factor.
that the Falcon Punch being an iconic thing is helpful for sure. That's why he's in
Mhm.
C, I think. Otherwise, like if you don't know the Falcon Punch, you don't know Captain Falcon. Conquer.
Maybe against someone's perception of me, I think Conker's D tier. I think that as much of a rare human as I am, I love my rare games. Um, I think Conker's whole shtick doesn't vibe with me. I think it's, I mean, like part of me is like, it's neat that he's like so cute and crude, but at the same time, I'm like, it's just not for me. Um, and I never played him in Diddy Kong Racing even before he was evil. So, or not evil, but a bad guy.
There's a part of Conquer
Mhm.
that I like. Um, but he for me, he was always either going to be towards the end of C or I'm okay with the top of D ahead of Blinks.
Mhm.
I'm okay with that right now if we put him ahead of Blinks.
Yeah, top of D.
And I think for some people this might be a hot take.
Mhm.
I think there are definitely people out there who are like Conquer's at least a B.
Mhm.
C for Conquer. I don't know. But yeah, I think D is fine.
It's just, yeah, it's just like, I think its game is good, and I think it's a fun little niche in like video game memorabilia, like
Mm-hmm.
3D platformer, but like really crass. Like
Mm-hmm.
that's neat and all,
Mm-hmm.
but like, uh,
All right.
you know, he had a bad fur day, and I didn't really think he looked cool.
Crash Bandicoot.
Whoa!
That was good.
Uh, Thank you very much. I feel like I've been able to nail my Crash voice like throughout most of my life. I've like just improved on it a little bit, a little bit. The Bandicoot himself,
Mm-hmm.
and I wonder if this will be like, I think he's S or A, and
That's crazy.
Where do you think
That's
Crash is?
crazy. S or A?
Yeah,
I don't think Crash is above Bomberman.
really now.
Yeah.
All right, you pitch why you hate Crash.
I listen. You take a look at these mascots, right?
Mm-hmm,
You tell me how many of these mascots have been abandoned by their parents,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Crash was abandoned. Crash
Mm-hmm.
was the Sony mascot. And Crash, like, yeah, Ferris and chat, Crash has tried so hard a lot. And I
Mm-hmm.
think I just I can't put him above Bomberman. I can't. Personally.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to compromise. Obviously, you're thinking S or A.
Yeah.
I think if this was like 2003,
Mm-hmm.
maybe he's A.
If
Uh,
we're talking a history of video games, can you tell the history of video games without Crash Bandicoot?
no, it's a fair point. It's a
Mm-hmm.
fair point. Uh, Alex says, yeah, you can. I just, oof,
You're talking about this is the Nintendo 64 killer himself.
no.
You're talking about the Sony's first great platformer. You're talking about uh Wampa Fruit.
The best I can do
And
for you is A,
and two,
but below Banjo.
okay, I'll take it. I'll
That's the
take it.
best I
I
can
just
do.
I just think like if you like he's in two of the greatest platformers of all time. Like if you made a top 20 platformer list, I think he has two of them. Is that list like 7 Marios? Sure. But there's 2 Crash Bandicoots at least on there.
It's tough for me, but all right. Cuphead.
Cuphead. The newest kid on the block of what we've talked about at least. And no Astrobot, never mind.
Yeah,
But
probably.
our first indie boy.
Yep. Our first indie boy.
Mm-hmm.
Is Bubsy an indie boy?
Well, he's Atari owned, right?
I don't
At
know.
least
He's a cup.
he's a cup.
He's a
He
cup.
got ahead.
Not a mug. That would be Mug Man.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Has a TV show.
has a TV show. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Um, I like it more than Conquer.
Yeah. My argument for Cuphead is that he's kind of synonymous with like he's in of with hard video games, with like challenging video games.
Mm-hmm.
When people think of that, they think of like Souls or Cuphead or um I don't know, fucking Ninja Gaiden Black.
Yeah.
So like I think he is like he has that a little bit of name share there. But I I'd be willing for C or D, either
Yeah.
bottom C, top D.
Yep. I'm with you.
His personality isn't a whole lot more than like finger guns,
Well,
which is cool.
if you watch the TV show, he does have more personality.
I haven't. I thought that show was like mostly like Looney Tune esque.
Uh, mm, not quite. He does have more personality in the show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it helps him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I love the game,
Mm-hmm.
which is what makes me want to say bottom of C, but like maybe top of D. Another thing that helps prop up Cuphead in my mind is just the art style of the one video game he's been in.
Yeah, the classic
Yeah.
like animation style.
Yeah.
which is he is unique in that fact of like
Mhm.
his design being,
Yeah,
which
true.
I think he's bottom C. I think because of that and because of
Okay.
like some, I think he's
Bottom C.
bottom C.
All right, here we go.
Um,
Dante.
Dante from Devil May Cry.
Hmm.
The legend himself has a TV show, has two TV shows, has two animes. Um, I think as much as like there's such an impulse to be like, yo, Dante should be S tier based around just like dumbass memes and stuff like that. I do think that there is an argument for like DMC existing and them being like, let's try to redesign Dante, and then realizing that failed. I think there's an argument in both ways a little bit. Like Capcom gave up on Dante at one point and tried to make him like the edgy like emo boy, and then they brought him back when they were like, well, people didn't like that, and maybe old Dante was better. So he's funny and he's cocky and he's so silly. I don't know. B or C?
Ooh. Okay. Okay. That's more in line as was I was thinking. I wasn't sure if you'd be there with me.
Yeah, I mean, like my gut is to be like as a bit to be like, yeah, Dante's S tier because he's funny as fuck. But
yeah,
I talked myself down that.
my thought right now is maybe just top of C.
Top of C.
I had a Captain Falcon.
I do like it when he says party time though, and then he does a flip and shoots people, or when he's riding on a guitar and shoots people, which is objectively cooler than anything anyone in C tier has done.
Does he listen to Andrew WK while he does it?
I think he might. He listens to gosh darn Limp Bizkit at least because of the anime.
Top of C?
Top of C. We'll do top of C.
Parappa. The
punch kick,
Rappa.
It's all in the mind. I think Parappa is again one of these like more difficult ones where I think he's higher in my heart than he should be. Even though like I think 90% of people's touchstone with Parappa is the first level.
This is for me.
And, yeah.
I don't know why. I looked at Parappa and I had it's one of the first people where like I just looked at and just like instantly picked out a spot for him.
What do you got?
Between Falcon and Bubsy.
Between Falcon and Bubsy in C tier?
That was my initial thought.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. I don't think I have a real argument. I think the Master Onion, like the Chop song, I think that song is like iconic. But after that,
Generous.
It's like, what does Parappa have? He's in PlayStation Battle All Stars. And like, I think there's a large portion of people that would be like, Gitaru Man is, or that Rabbit one is cooler than Parappa the Rappa. I'll put him between.
Alex in chat says generous. And I do think I think it could be generous. And I'm wondering if part of that generosity is just because of the time he came out, you know?
Do you like how many people span the Parappa the Rappa demo disc? He is the poster child of demo disc.
True. What's next? Leon S. Kennedy. Can I say something?
You go. Yeah, you're like, you should have known you put Chris or a zombie.
I don't.
Wesker.
No. I don't care about Leon.
That's hurtful.
I don't care about Leon. I
mean, he's the best protagonist Resident Evil has ever had, and I think that there's a reason why like he's like the fan favorite, even if you're like you can argue that like Chris is first or whatnot.
I think Leon is. I think it goes Leon and then Chris in Resident Evil, but yeah,
Alex has a great.
Without the context of playing the games, he's just a guy.
For a lot of these people are just people, but his design doesn't really speak to anything.
That's not true. Look at these other people we've listed who are just guys. You look at Dante, he's not just. You look at him, you're not like that's just a guy. You look at look at Captain Falcon in that fit and say that's just a
No, no, sorry.
guy.
I was agreeing. I was saying Leon looks more like just a guy
Oh,
than like he doesn't have as much personality of design
mm.
as some of the other characters. As much as I love him and his video games are like again, it's hard because like two of the best survival horror games of all time star Leon. Um and maybe the two best survival horror games of all time star Leon.
if
Um
if this wasn't collaborative,
mhm.
my brain is leaning, like, the more and more I think about it, towards D.
Okay, well I have to argue that he's at least in C tier.
Okay, C it is. Where in C?
Mm, that's such a good question. I would put him above Parappa, below Captain Falcon. But what do you, I mean, your argument is you want him below Cuphead, right?
Well, yeah, better than Blink's Shake My Head. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Blink has never saved the president. His daughter.
Did he need to?
He didn't need to. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess like my compromise would be above Cuphead. I mean, right below Cuphead. If like you top bottom of C, or we can put him at top of D. If you
Mm-hmm.
are that strongly about it, I'll do it. But you got to remember this in a couple picks.
In a couple picks. All right. Yeah.
In some picks.
All right. Uh, we've got the Zelda from The Legend of Zelda.
Yeah. Yeah, the Link to himself. I this one's a little tough for me because it's like we got to rank Link as a concept, right? Because I don't think I could like stare at this and be like, well, this is Ocarina of Time adult Link. Like, not we're not doing that. He's Link as a concept. I think I don't know why I'm talking so much. He's S tier, right?
He's S tier. He's S tier. There have been multiple iterations of Link that anyone can look at and be like, oh, that's Link.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
They see green tunic, they see sword and shield. They're like, that's Link.
Oh, that's Link.
My guy.
And then also,
and again, I use any former argument, like the best of his genre many times, even to many people, best video game ever made.
And on top of like just like that, the tunic, even like in the two newer games like Breath of the Wild, for a vast like his like look in that is not the green tunic in Breath of the Wild. And those games still opened up people to the, like, for as big as the Zelda games were, it brought in a lot more people.
You're right. And to Link's favor is that one of my good friends is very adamant. He's just like, listen, I am 99% straight, but I would sleep with Link so quickly.
Wow.
So
that 1% saved for Link.
Yeah, that 1% saved for Link. Yeah, so Link S tier. Do we need to discuss Mario at all?
Before or after Link?
I think he's number one as of right now.
Okay.
I think that's
Mario. That's Mr. the guy.
Mr. Video Game himself is number one for now.
Yeah, there's too much with Mario. Like, I think the Mario movie in general, like, put it in place with me where, like, just enough references and nods to Mario things was enough for me to, like, enjoy it. Like, between the music, the various amounts of things that he's been in, like, yeah, Mario's number one.
Stands atop of his genre almost ubiquitously.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to bring up the point, if you talk about top platformers of all time, he's in so many of those, regardless of perspective.
Yeah, yeah. Mega Man.
Want me to come in hot here?
Coming hot.
I think Mega Man's design as a character is not great.
What?
I think, like, the Blue Bomber himself, I think isn't. I don't love looking at him.
What the heck?
But he is synonymous with like an era, with an aesthetic, and I respect him too much to put him lower than B. Um, but he's definitely not S. So A or B, I guess is what
Not
I'm
S.
saying.
I'm thinking A. Um, I'm
But I will reiterate my favorite point of all time. They made Mega Man shoot because they couldn't figure out how to make him jump good.
where in? So I'm saying A.
Uh-huh.
My I was always A. My
Mm-hmm.
thought, my like only conundrum I had was, do I put him
Mm-hmm.
above Banjo or below Banjo?
I would be so fucking upset if we put him above Banjo.
All right, so what about right here
I just
between Banjo
yeah,
and Crash?
right in the middle. Right in the middle. Sure, he might be more recognizable than Banjo, but he inspires way less joy.
This is fine. I think I'd put him above Banjo, but this is fine. I think this is fine
Mm-hmm.
with me. All right.
There you go. I use one of my passes to get to not. Moogle, Mog.
Was it wait? So when you said like like, remember that in a few picks, was that for Mega Man?
No, it wasn't. But
What?
that is like one of the ones I knew that I was probably gonna have to fight a little bit on.
Okay. All right.
But I don't know. Like, would you have put him in S tier without me or no?
No, he would have been A.
Okay.
He would have been top
So,
of A, but he would have been A.
pretty cool. Yeah, I got him down one slot. That's
Yeah.
totally fine. Mog, Moogle.
Yeah. I love this little guy.
Yeah, Koopa.
Oh,
Koopa.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. We could have put like I mean I put Chocobos on this list too. Like you could there's like 3 or 4 Final Fantasy minions that are really recognizable.
Cactuar,
Um
Tonberry. Those are the ones that come to my
yeah.
mind.
I would say like cute. Here's my thing about Moogle. Cuteness factor S tier. I think he's like one of the cutest characters ever made.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he probably belongs in like top of B, bottom of A.
I like B.
Mm-hmm.
I like B for Moogle. You think I had a Bomberman? I could.
It,
My
I would
instinct.
say in my heart, I'd say above. Yeah,
I
but
was
if you want,
my instinct is below Bomberman, but he might be maybe above. I
he's
could.
more relevant nowadays. I think if that matters at all, and he's cuter than a minute.
He's cuter than Bomberman. In top or bottom of B, before or after Mega Man? I mean
I'll put him
Bomberman.
top of Bomberman. I think
All right.
he Moogle tops Bomberman.
Moogle tops Bomberman. So this is the B tier is the tier of, oh well, I guess Astrobot's not in B.
Uh-huh.
If Astrobot was in B, B would be filled with all the little dudes with balls on their head.
You're so right.
All right, Pikachu.
All right, number 1 above Mario,
No.
without a fucking doubt. Above
No.
Mario.
No.
Yeah, without a fucking doubt.
No shot.
This is the mascot for the highest selling property of all fucking time. The most profitable franchise in the existence is fucking Pikachu.
I'm gonna Pokemon Company gives
despite Pokemon Company's fucking idiocracy, Pikachu is number 1.
Pokemon Company gives just as much love to Charizard as they do Pikachu.
You ask a kid what they Pokemon, they go Pikachu. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sure, yeah, the company's like, here's a new Charizard form because we have to have something like vaguely competitively like viable or whatever. But like, it's Pikachu.
I think Mario's number 1.
There's 27 fucking years of a TV show centered around Pikachu.
Yeah. And Mario didn't need that for his movie to hit like it did.
Yeah, because they didn't know how to make Mario cool enough for a TV show.
Pikachu's not cool.
I feel like you slapped me in the face. What are you talking about?
Pikachu's not like, I like Pikachu. Pikachu's not like, I don't look at Pikachu and I'm like, oh man, like that guy is cooler than Mario.
Yeah, I do.
I think Pikachu's number 2. Pikachu
What it,
definitely isn't cool at dinner size.
it's just like Mario's personality is way less defined. He is he like I don't know, he's less of a character than goddamn Pikachu is. Everyone in the
Pikachu,
chat, I think, is on your side. If the chat is all thinks that Mario that Pikachu's number 2, then I'll fucking put Pikachu.
even yeah, Tyler's here. Tyler's at Mario Aura Farms on the regular. What does Pikachu do?
What the fuck are you talking about? He beat a Dragonite in the first season of the anime. There's so many moments
Okay,
where Pikachu squares up.
everybody knows that when you take a a a, a video game, a card game, and put it into an anime, they cheat. It's not real.
What? None of this is real. If again, the chat is overwhelmingly on your side, so I'll put Pikachu in goddamn number 2. But I'm like, I really don't think he deserves it.
You think I listen? I was willing to put Pikachu lower.
No. No.
All right, now we've got Prinny.
Yeah, all right. So when I said I needed to save a fucking thing, I think it was for Prinny.
Okay.
Prinny's rule. I think Prinny's are the coolest dudes around.
Dude.
That being said, I'm not like that much of an idiot. I know he can't be like S tier, but I think Prinny's are like one of, if not the cutest little mascot guys. And I like their shtick. I like them hearing them say "dude" a lot. I refuse to send Prinny next to Blink's fucking Alex. I will hunt you down. I'm not going to play Danganronpa with you tonight if Prinny ends up in D tier. Prinny's my dark horse of like, he's not as popular as most of these franchises. I still think he is, I would say B tier, but you know, whatever you have to say.
I mean, Prinny for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot about Prinny, but I like looking at him.
He's a penguin with peg legs.
I do like looking at Prinny. I can put Prinny below Bomberman.
Okay, perfect. 10 out of 10. All my anger about Pikachu's gone.
Thank God. All right, Sans.
Sans. Why'd I make myself have to judge something where I know who made him? No. So we're on our second big indie dude, right?
Yeah.
Looking over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sans Undertale.
I look at him and I think C or D.
You think C or D? I'll say C.
Where in C?
Above Bubsy, below Parappa.
Fine. All right, we got our next duo. Ratchet and Clank.
I've been starting a lot.
I'll say this. You know, we're not at the other character yet, but Ratchet and Clank goes above Jak and Daxter.
For sure, 100%. And part of that is because Daxter is a sex pest.
Wow. I didn't know this.
I watched a compilation like recently of Daxter just like really tragically hitting on women in the most disgusting manner for most of the video games. Anyway, yeah, I think he's definitely above Jak and Daxter. Now, I buy into Ratchet a lot. I like his games a lot. They were like some of my first shooters, I guess I would say. Like I mean, I guess that's not inherently true. In my first like third person shooters. And I like their dynamic, which matters since they're a duo. Let me look at these characters. B or C tier?
I'm with this.
Okay.
This is in line with me. I was thinking either maybe. I'm just trying to think like if do I put him above Prinny? I think so.
So
I
you
think
want
I think
above
I think I
Bomberman?
so I think I would say B tier. Yeah.
I'll allow it. I accept it. Like there is that part of me that just wants to keep Prinny like pretty high on the list, as high as possible.
Prinny's in
But
B. Prinny's high.
Prinny is high.
All right, now we got Rayman.
You're right. You ready for it? You ready for it?
I'm ready.
Fucking end of C, top of D. Fuck Rayman.
What?
Yeah,
oh my
I think
God.
Rayman Origins and Rayman Legends rules. I think Rayman 1's bad.
Did you just hate him from that because he became a conservative grifter?
Yeah, I really don't like that. But we're talking about like Ubisoft doesn't use them really anymore. They don't care about him. They like Rabbids more than I didn't put Rabbids on this list. I could have.
Okay,
they like Rabbids more than him.
Banjo doesn't use. I mean, Rare doesn't use Banjo, but look at Banjo.
Banjo's a personality, and he's fun. Where Rayman is like fine. Glowbox is cooler than Rayman, or whatever. Glowbox.
Glowbox. I would settle in C.
Mm-hmm.
But I do like Rayman.
Do you want him? Or are you thinking? Do you think he's above Captain Falcon?
No.
All right, then Parappa.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll allow it.
Sackboy.
I have so many mixed feelings about Sackboy. Because I think he's maybe objectively like cuter in concept than Astrobot, but I don't think he's better than Astrobot.
Sackboy to me could have been the Astrobot, but I think they're D.
They even have the same head. You think about that?
They do have this same shape head. Yeah.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Sackboy above or below Blinks?
Maybe below.
I'm for it.
Okay. Oh, now we've got Shadow the Hedgehog.
Here, for Shadow.
You're crazy.
I don't know what compelled me to have both Shadow and Sonic on here, considering Sonic is definitely the mascot, but Shadow, he's got a video game. Where do you want to put Shadow the Hedgehog?
Either the top of C or somewhere in B.
Whoa!
I'd say B. I'd say B, maybe.
All right. What if he's above Bomberman?
Fine.
Okay. Shadow the Hedgehog's above Bomberman. Maybe it should be top of A, but who knows? I just like I'm gonna to just continue arguing with you. Like, has there ever been anyone cooler than Shadow the Hedgehog?
Yes. Shadow the Hedgehog was in a movie voiced by Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
He
loves Latinos.
Who doesn't, though? Shantae.
Shantae
is cool. There's a part of me that thinks that Shantae is maybe cooler than, there's a part of me that thinks I think Shantae is cooler than I actually think she is. If you know what I'm saying.
It's a cool design. And like the fact that her games keep coming out is always like a big plus to me. But as a mascot, like I'm not compelled to buy Shantae merch, I think, ever.
Well, so I think that means there's some Shantae merch out there, I'm sure.
I think you might brain like B and above are like the people I buy merch of, maybe, and I think that Shantae's not there.
Shantae's not there. I think we're thinking C.
Yeah, C, and then it's just a matter of where.
Above Cuphead?
Yeah, but
Above
then above Astro, yeah, maybe.
Astro, above Bubsy?
Now we're getting to like where I'm like, I think so, but I don't. I'm not. I could be convinced not above Bubsy.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, I'm like, I don't know if I think she's cooler than Sans or not.
I'm cool with right here between Sans and Bubsy.
Cool. That's where Shanti goes.
Okay. Shovel Knight.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to start this one or shall I?
I think Shovel Knight is pretty fucking cool.
I think he's A tier at the very least.
Shovel Knight might be A tier. Shovel Knight's pretty damn cool.
He's pretty cool. He's a goddamn mission statement of a video game character.
Yeah.
Everything about him is just near perfect.
Yeah.
I think he's A tier, and I think my gut is above Mega Man, but you know, I could be convinced above Crash.
I'd say above Crash. It's tough. I think it's close. Close. Hi, Ashley. My little cat. All right.
I saw a lot of lists having like some of the Belmonts on here, but I'm like, Alucard's the real face of fucking Castlevania.
Yeah, I think so too. And for me, it's either Alucard or Simon in my brain.
Talking point number 1: vampires are cool, Chris.
Vampires are cool.
And talking point number 2: design. Alucard has a really cool design.
All right, so S. Now I think Alucard's in the BC range.
Yeah, I was gonna say B, and I was gonna say. I don't know.
I think he goes
where in B.
I think for me, he goes below Bomberman.
And like, I might even want to put him below Ratchet.
Yeah.
And then my brain is doing the same thing it's always doing, where I'm like, we should put Prinny. I think Alucard deserves to be above Prinny.
Okay.
Below.
All right, we've got the Slime.
Your boy
from Dragon Warrior.
Where's your gosh darn pillow?
No, I don't have a pillow. I have a shirt.
I thought you had a pillow at one point. All right.
T-shirt with just a big slime on it. Where's Dinnermancer?
You want my gut response?
Yes.
Right below Mog, right above Shadow.
Okay.
I think it's iconic. It's the simplest mascot here.
Yeah.
Technically.
I think it's very simple. He's iconic in a franchise of there's a fly in here, god damn it. Of very highly enjoyed and designed monsters. And he's like the poster boy for that. I would like to see Slime above of Mog.
Okay.
Do it for Toriyama.
I'll put him above Mog, but then can I make an argument that's going to skip us ahead a little bit?
Okay, hold on. I can't. Yeah.
Then Chocobo, I think, just needs to be above Slime.
Oh. Really?
Yeah. It's a bird horse, and they go, quote.
I think the general public might see, because my thing is, I like Mog more than I like Chocobo.
Yeah.
Because I would add Chocobo below Mog. I do like Chocobo a lot, though. Chocobo is close to Mog.
I do think that I think no matter what story we tell, I think that weirdly enough, the Square Enix family is together.
Okay,
Like I
okay.
think they're all like kind of interchangeably one, two, and three of their of the B tier.
I just don't.
But
I do. Again, I really like Chocobo. Like I. Hmm. Okay. I want Slime ahead of Mog,
uh-huh.
but I would accept swapping Mog and Chocobo and having it go Mog, Slime, Chocobo.
Okay. So Mog still top of B, Slime, and then Chocobo. I'll
Yeah.
allow it. Okay.
Because I love Chocobo, but Chocobo is just a chicken.
That you can ride.
Okay, it's a big chicken.
It's the coolest. It's okay. He's the coolest mount in all of these mascots, but he's not the highest tier mount. For spoilers for later. Let's go to Sly Cooper.
Thievius Raccoonus.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Objectively cool design.
Thievius,
A raccoon that's a thief.
Thievius Raccoonus. This specific picture of him also reminds me of like the 2000s Ninja Turtles.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. TMNT.
But that specific era of TMNT.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's pretty cool. I don't know if that's B cool.
Mm-hmm.
Or just
I think he's bottom B, top C.
I'm cool with this.
Because like I'm like on the thing like maybe I would buy Sly Cooper merch. Like maybe that's where my brain is still at.
I'm leaning more towards top C.
Okay, I'll do it.
Man, there's things on this list that like as things fill out, I'm like, oof, I don't know, but
Mm-hmm.
Fallout, the Pit Boy guy, I forget his name.
The Vault Boy.
Vault Boy.
Bottom of D.
Done.
Done.
Easy. Sonic the Hedgehog is S.
Yeah. Where do you put him in this, Christopher?
Yeah, let's just throw him up here, just for shits and giggles. Let's
Yeah.
just throw him up.
Just look at him. Like where are we looking at?
I mean, this is one of those ones where like there's a part of my heart that wants to say number one, but I don't. I know I don't believe it to be true.
Mm-hmm. I would, with the list that we have here, put Sonic at 3. Alex is so funny.
Yeah, that's why I was laughing. Alex looks like an acrobat guy. I'll say 3.
And I specifically grabbed classic Sonic because he's a little cooler.
I agree. I'll say 3.
But the original list I took some of this idea from had both modern and classic Sonic, and I'm interested what your brain would do.
I'd count them as the same. I'd put them in the same spot either way. If I have to rank them separately, they probably just go next to each other, but classic Sonic is ahead of them. Because I don't know. It's the same thing with Link. Like, where do you put Wind Waker Link? Deku Scrub Link. Oh, okay, Cat.
Spyro the Dragon.
I mean, I have fond memories of Spyro. And dragons are cool.
Dragons are cool. I can't argue with that.
Dragons are cool. Before thinking too much about it, my brain goes to put Spyro ahead of Sly Cooper.
Yep.
At the very least.
My gut was bottom of B.
I can do that. Yeah,
Bottom of B.
I can do that.
Sly himself.
Steve.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough one for me.
Money maker Steve.
This is a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
Because the movie was just so damn good. No, because he does have a very specific look.
Yeah, he has one of the more unique designs and art styles of all of these mascot characters. He is the indie trendsetter, right? He's the mascot of maybe indie games, period. At a certain point, and then he's just Microsoft.
Now he's Microsoft, but yeah,
he's a goddamn shill for Microsoft. He sold out, so maybe that's the point against him.
Because there's a part of my brain that says A.
Yeah.
And another part of my brain that says C.
Yeah. And I think I think I'm right there with you, and I think we have to split the difference. Because like again, like there's a lot about Steven that is like, you know what? He is like an icon upon icons, but at the same time, I'm like, my brain is like, I don't know if he should be above like the Square Enix trio or Shadow, even though he might deserve to be higher than that.
Right. No, I'm with you. I'm absolutely like, I agree.
But I'm not. I also, you know what? I would say I wouldn't buy Minecraft merch, but I have a Golem plushie. He's gifted to me, but I still have it. It's also not Steve, but.
What about below Shadow, above Bomberman?
I'll take it. I'll allow it.
All right. All right. Mm-hmm. Now we've got Yoshi.
Number 5.
At the top of A?
Yep. At top of A?
Whoa. Yeah, number 5, top of A.
Uh-huh. All right. How am I treating this argument?
I do. No. I think it's tough. I think because again, I love Yoshi.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just trying to think like I think if he's not A, he is the top. I mean, if he's not S, he is the top of A.
Yeah.
Like no matter what.
One of my arguments for Yoshi is like Nintendo World had 2 rides when it opened, and one of them was a Yoshi ride.
Yeah.
Right. And he is like he's like the more of the mascot towards like the younger folk, I guess. Like he's like your entry. Like you start with Yoshi, I guess. Like that's what Nintendo at least wants you to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I think his design is all around more likable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he is either bottom S, top A.
Okay. If I can jump ahead then.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you compare Yoshi to Kirby?
I think Kirby's ahead of Yoshi.
You think Kirby's ahead of Yoshi? If Kirby's ahead of Yoshi, I think I'm okay with I would put Yoshi as just like top of A.
And then Kirby we'll get there in a second.
Yeah.
Officially, I guess, but
we can do Kirby now. So Kirby, we want to say Kirby's S.
Yeah.
Okay. Is
there
is Kirby ahead of I can hear Shazam.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hi, buddy.
I think Kirby goes 5th here.
So there is an argument, and like I don't know how like oh my Shazam, what's going on, buddy? I'm gonna pick you up. There's like Kirby is the cutest character in this entire list, right? We like that's just like an objective fact.
Okay.
Um, like if we were rating on how cute they were, he'd be number one. Um, and there is part of me that wants like to put Kirby higher, but I think Kirby at 5 is fine.
Okay.
Glover, on the other hand,
Hamburger helper. Glover, on the other hand. I get it.
Man,
I get it. That's a funny joke.
Thank you. Um, there is some weird meme part of my brain and that like really likes Glover's bizarro design, but I think he might be like D tier, if not F tier.
I'm there too. I'm okay with putting Glover at the top of F.
Yeah.
There's a part of me
Glover,
that doesn't want to, but like that's just something saying
like
that.
it is just a glove that is like
a 4-fingered glove.
Has a connection with a ball.
Overshadowed by crazy hand.
Yeah.
Ryu.
Yeah. Ryu is tough, I think. I think Ryu is really tough. And if we use forever ago the Captain Falcon argument of like the Falcon punch.
Yeah.
Like I think that the Hadouken is maybe the most iconic
fighting
game. Period.
I agree. I think Hadouken is the
and so
the symbol of fighting games.
And so I think that propels Ryu into like a status that has to be B or above.
I agree.
And then but then my brain just really starts to freak out about where he belongs.
Yeah, because there part of my brain does say like the bottom of A because of the impact of Street Fighter, but I just don't think I'd be okay with it. Like if you were fighting for A, I'd be okay with it, but I feel B.
Mm-hmm. And it's like thing. I think right above Shadow is like where my gut wants to go.
Fine.
Like I think he probably deserves to be top of B, bottom of A, but I think that like I don't know, my brain is too nostalgia pilled with the Square Enix trio.
Okay. Jack and also Daxter.
Yeah.
You said that Daxter, one of them is a sex pest?
Yeah, the weasel, the marmot. No, it's if you watch a lot of his cutscenes, he's very much of like just like constantly hitting on women and constantly being like gross and rude to women. And I'm not a big Jack fan. I think Jack 1 is a good game, and then the rest of the other two, I mean, I haven't played 3, but 2 I didn't really like.
I think Jack, I'll throw Jack into D.
Yeah, I'm for it. Above or below Conquer?
That's a good question.
Or above Leon?
I think below Conquer, above Blinks.
Sure, I'll accept it.
Yeah, I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it.
Mm-hmm. I could put him below Blinks too. I don't mind.
I'll put him below Blinks. Below Blinks.
Okay. All right, above Sackboy.
Yeah. All right, now we've got Klonoa.
This one feels like one that I'm the one who has to argue for because I don't know how much of a touchstone you have for Klonoa. But I really, really like Klonoa. And I would put him in B tier. I think he's a cute design. I like his games are very fun to play. I like his he's got that like almost like twin tail look with his like hair going on. I don't know. I just like Klonoa's design a lot.
I also like Klonoa's design a lot. I think B is good for Klonoa. I think Klonoa is not the bottom of B. I don't have like I have played Klonoa before, and there's something about like I like Klonoa's design more than I like I'm reverent for the games. So like it like I'm thinking somewhere around Ratchet.
Yeah. Just okay. Now, yeah, above or below Ratchet.
Yeah. I for me, I'm saying above Ratchet.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go based on gut feel, and I accept it just because I think Klonoa is like a cuter character.
Yeah, I like Klonoa.
Then he's like has more of that like, I guess like Ratchet's like very clean looking.
Yeah.
He's a lot of like round.
Pac-Man.
Mr. Video Games himself. I think it is nonsense to argue he's anywhere below A tier.
Ugh.
I think that Paku
Yeah.
himself, look, listen, deserves to be an A or S.
I'll say
Whether it's this one with the face or it's just a fucking 3/4 filled circle.
I'll say A. I'll say A. There are things that like you consider things Pac-Man shaped, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
When you take one slice out of a pizza, you go, "Oh, it's Pac-Man."
Yeah, yeah.
And all the time, you're always doing it.
Where in A?
I would put him. I honestly might put him above Banjo, but I could put, but also willing to do above Mega Man, really, and then after that, I'm gonna start having more of a problem.
I'm. I'll put him above Banjo.
Okay, he is the face of arcades.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's maybe the first video game character to get a pop song written about him.
All right, now these are yours here. This is Jack.
Yeah, Jack Frost from the Atlas mascot. Hee ho. I mean, I like Jack Frost a lot. He's a cute design. I wouldn't put him above B tier though, and I wouldn't put him below C tier. I think he's B or C. I'm willing to see hear if you have anything to design.
I mean, I like Jack Frost is cute.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's around pretty, maybe.
Okay,
At
put him below
at the highest.
I'm even willing to put him like right below Spyro, but I can put him above, like right below Prinny. I'm like, those are like my two.
I'd put him, yeah, all right, below Spyro.
Below Spyro.
Yeah.
Montezuma. Fucking Monokuma. My brain can't work right now. Alex, you're in the chat still. Where would you put Monokuma? Because I added Monokuma to this list specifically because last time Alex and I were playing Danganronpa in the chat. I mean, he's
a bastard.
He out loud goes, he got to be one of the most recognizable mascots in video games. Like he just said that, and I'm like, all right, Alex, you know what? All right, you're so right. So I'm curious to see where Alex would put him on this list. It is a big list.
It's a big list. I will tell you right now, for me personally,
yeah,
I don't think he goes above C.
Mm-hmm. Alex would put him at B.
B.
So we're not too far off.
I'll tell you, like my opinion, like this guy is like, for me, this guy is like low. Like this is like last place in B.
I honestly, my brain, yes, either last.
I mean
place
C.
in B.
I mean C. I'm sorry, last place in C.
Sorry. You okay? You said, because I would have argued around Sans, but if you want him
around Sans, sure. I can't go above Rayman.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Above Shantae.
Okay.
Below Sans.
Okay.
But I can easily see an argument for like, again, like if Danganronpa is your thing,
Mm-hmm. Now Ori. Ori. I like Ori.
Mm-hmm.
The games are solid. Ori's cute.
Mm-hmm.
Again, another character I don't think goes for me above C.
Yeah, I would put Ori ab- above Astrobot, maybe above Bubsy, maybe above Rayman. Who fucking knows? No.
I can put him in the Bubsy Astrobot range.
Yeah.
Shantae. I'd go hmm, ab- above or below Astrobot.
I'm gonna put him above Astrobot just because, like, I think he's aesthetically more pleasing to me.
Okay. And then
Astrobot better game.
below Bubsy.
Yeah,
Okay.
the memes have saved Bubsy this time,
Yeah. I agree. All right.
dude.
Now this
My
drum.
God, it's Taco Drum from fucking Mario Kart Tour slash or Mario Kart Arcade slash the drumming game. I don't. I think he's cute.
He's
I
very
think
cute.
he's C tier.
He's very cute. I think C tier as well.
I, he's above Cuphead in my brain,
Okay.
and then after that, I'm not 100% sure.
All right, right there maybe.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Thomas Nook,
Thomas Nook.
the landlord we all wish we had. And hear me out. No interest and no time limit to pay him back.
Yeah.
So I get out of here with your anti-Tom Nook sentiments, people in the world. we all, if we're gonna have to have landlords, what if they should be like Tom Nook?
Yeah. Tom Nook.
How old were you when you realized Tom Nook and Tanuki were very close, and it's just like they just took
Whoa, just right now. Just right now, years old. Nook doesn't go above B.
Uh-huh.
Where does he go if he goes in C or B though?
I also saw some people putting Isabel here, and I also think that's a good.
I think you could also have Isabel, yeah.
But Tom Nook's been there more, I guess.
I put Tom Nook above Isabel, but the Isabel argument's fine. Tom Nook, maybe above Parappa.
But Parappa?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think he's in between Parappa and Bomberman. And if you want him just like he's I don't know exactly
Bomberman
where I put him. Like
is in B.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's Tom Nook's
That's the range. Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree with that. I guess I agree with that. I think he goes somewhere around this Parappa to Falcon range.
Okay. I'm put him above Rayman?
Sure.
Cool.
Kratos.
He's here almost out of obligation. I put Kratos bottom of C.
Fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of people that would argue against, putting Kratos higher.
Mm-hmm.
I agree
this
with
is like this feels like just happens to be a mascot of a game you like that we don't really enjoy.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I think I'll say I think his appeal towards me has gone up with his most recent games.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But yeah, I'm fine with this. And then the Chief, the Master Chief.
You go first, Xbox boy.
It's tough. It's tough because I think the Chief is there is something about Master Chief's design that is very simple, but kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Like intimidating. And part of it's because he's big. I like Chief, but like I don't need Master Chief for a Halo game to work.
Okay. Big five guy.
Not really. Reach.
That's true. That's the best one.
Also, he's in 5.
And
you play him in 5.
And I guess my argument against Chief, even though like I think I might actually be thinking to putting him higher than you are, but my argument against him is that he is very derivative of Doom guy, right? Who I forgot to put on this list.
I was thinking that also.
But I think he might be B tier.
I would put him on the bottom half of B tier, maybe.
Yeah, my original gut was A tier just because of like it's the Chief, but I think that he belongs in B tier.
What about?
Ali's like he made Ring Worlds mainstream. You're so
true.
right. He did.
It's true. That's a big plus. Above or below Bomberman?
I think, for the sake of my brain, put the Xbox brothers next to each other above Bomberman.
Okay.
Below Steve.
Okay.
And I might even argue above Steve, but that's fine.
I'm okay with him here.
Okay.
Now we've got
Ryu Hayabusa.
On the other Ryu.
Ninjas are cool. Ninja Gaiden is neat enough. I think he's. My brain would put him in the middle of C somewhere.
The middle of C?
Yeah. Again, like he's cool. His personality's not.
I think I put him below Sans.
Above Monokuma? I'll take it. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
It.
The one and only Lara Croft.
One of the first video game characters to get a movie. That's something. One of the first pioneers of her genre. That's something. Many young people's sexual awakening. That's something.
Yep.
And I think it's maybe disrespectful to put her lower than B.
I think
even if she hasn't had like the greatest showings of the last like.
I think she goes above Spyro. She's between Spyro and Bomberman.
Okay. As much as I want to put her like right above Spyro, below Prinny, I think she maybe goes right above Alucard.
I can dig that.
Yeah, I don't know why that makes sense to me.
I can dig that. Now we've got Samus.
The other lady.
Samus.
Created a genre.
Yeah. Well,
to be fair, Alucard.
I was gonna say also Alucard's there. But Metroid's the first part of the genre. Okay, so I'm saying no lower than A.
Okay.
Because I think Samus is very cool.
I think that right in the middle of A, right above Bomberman, she's the cooler mech-looking robot person.
I dig that. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say she's kind of like, the like Chief / Doom guy plus Bomberman.
Yeah, like all of that.
Yeah,
exists like in its same realm.
Snake.
Solid Snake. Or Venom. I don't remember which one I grabbed. I think I just grabbed Solid. But Snake. Exclamation point himself.
Snake is, for me, the peak for Snake is bottom of A.
Yeah.
That's his
My gut,
peak.
my gut is right under Ryu, right above Shadow.
Okay. I do like him right around the Ryu range.
Hmm.
I like him right here. Yeah.
And I think like there's like a certain aspect of gamer who's like, well, Snake is the peak of like like maybe storytelling in video games or something like that. But
Yeah.
like again, the Hidoken is more transcendent.
Now we've got the Knight,
The Knight, Hollow Knight himself.
not the Hollow Knight.
Yeah, he's just the Knight. I would say bottom of B, maybe above Jack, below Spyro. I just think he's an awesome design, even if he's just like kind of simple.
He is simple, but he is an awesome design. It's hard because
He might even be cool, like better. I don't know.
I
Cool.
I like there's a part of me that I guess maybe it's just like I like the Knight a lot and I like that game a lot. And so
Hmm.
like instantly I'm looking at him versus Shovel Knight.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I don't know if I put him that high.
I think he's B tier,
I think
and
he's
then it's just
B.
where in B tier.
I think he's above Prinny.
Okay.
I think he's above Prinny. I think there.
You think above Prinny? I could, yeah, okay. I
Oh,
was like,
below
I was thinking
Alucard.
about maybe arguing right below Bomberman, but I think above Prinny, below Alucard makes more sense.
I
Like
think
you put the current like top tier of the genre next to like the original top tier of the genre. I
sure.
don't know.
Yeah,
It's kind
yeah.
of makes sense. Meat Boy.
Super Meat Boy.
Mhm.
I love the game,
Yeah, I don't like
and
his design.
I think his design is similar to like Isaac from the Binding of Isaac. Very
Yeah,
recognizable. But I would put him in C.
above or below my Taiko drum friend.
Below. Above.
Below, right?
Above Cuphead though.
Yep.
Okay.
DK
Now we've got
Donkey
Mr.
Kong.
Donkey Kong. I'm interested where you put Donkey Kong.
My gut is in B tier. I think that I love Donkey Kong's video games. I love more Donkey Kong video games than I dislike Donkey Kong video games. I think he's mostly bangers. He is a gorilla with a tie, which maybe that's all you need, but like his design doesn't super like. I've never I've never loved Donkey Kong games because of Donkey Kong. I think is my argument.
Um, Listen,
Hmm.
we're talking about Yoshi,
Hmm.
where Yoshi is, and it's because when the Nintendo theme park opened up, one of the two rides was Yoshi.
You're right, and they
Donkey
opened a whole
Kong.
theme park full of Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong has an entire section of the theme park. I I
uh,
I would have Donkey Kong much higher than you, I guess, because I'm putting Donkey. I would put Donkey Kong in A,
uh-huh.
and like this is where I think we disagree. But I put Donkey Kong at the very least above Crash.
I can accept Donkey Kong in A. I think like to me like I don't hate Donkey Kong. He's just never inspired me, but like
Mm.
I can't deny that like he's not like kind of like iconic. So and his games rule. So like if you want to put him in A, I'm for it. You want to put him above Crash, below the Knight, or do you want to put him higher?
Maybe above the Night, below Mega Man.
Okay, because I was like, I won't go further than Banjo because I think Banjo's just a cooler mammal.
I think here.
All right.
Now we've got Toad.
Toad! Hey! Part of me wants to put Toad in fucking D tier because of like how much I hate his voice. But that would be rude and not true to Toad's character design.
It's this is an interesting one for me because I feel like if you go back to like Mario Kart 64,
Hmm.
I think Yoshi and Toad were probably the two most popular characters.
Yeah, and I think that objectively Toad can't be lower than B tier. Like he has to be B or A probably. Despite my many issues with how they decided to vote, I fucking hate Toad's voice though. That's a future Toad problem, not Toad as a being created problem.
All right, do you put Toad? I mean, I put Toad above Jack.
Mm-hmm.
I think above Spyro. I put Toad above Prinny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like B tier is hard because like I think Toad is like I think there are a lot of characters that are objectively cooler than Toad, but Toad is more iconic than so many of the B tier people. I argue Toad maybe doesn't go higher than Bomberman though.
Not higher than Bomberman. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe. Oh man, yeah. Now that you said that, maybe I'm just thinking, yeah, just like maybe right behind Bomberman and ahead of Klonoa.
Yeah, I'll accept
maybe. All right. Now they've got Fox McCloud.
He's so cool. He's so fucking cool. Yeah.
My initial Fox thought was high B, or maybe somewhere in A.
Yeah, I think Fox's range is above Shadow, below Mega Man. Like that's his range.
Okay.
And my gut would be to put Fox. Yeah, right after Shadow.
Right, like before,
I think
between Shadow and Snake.
Right, sorry. Yeah, between Shadow and Snake. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can get behind that.
Mm-hmm.
I can get there. And then lastly, we have Gex.
I mean, he's Bubsy with the memes, right? Like, he's the most iconic thing about Gex is the magazine inserts with the ads were with all that were all risque and whatnot.
Yeah. I think my favorite spot on this list for Gex is between Conquer and Blinks.
Yeah, perfect. I'll completely allow it. I was like maybe I initially was like maybe top of D, but I'm totally fair.
We did it.
We did it. We did a whole list.
We did the list. Here it is.
I'm gonna screenshot that and make all of my friends mad at us.
Here's the list. We did it. Can't believe I had to fight to put Mario above Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu still deserves to be number one, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save this minute. The park benches mascot tier list. Download image. I want it saved in perpetuity.
All right, and that's it.
That's the show. I really am excited to eat food.
That's the show. I can't wait to get some cake. And those nachos. So we did it. We did the show. Very long.
Longest show yet.
Yeah. Let's see. Final words on the show. Let's see. Mina the Hollower delayed. That's sad, but it's okay.
Yep.
It's fine.
Yeah.
They still made it seem like
it'll be a great game.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game, and they made it seem like it's not too far off.
So like one of the wording of like the statement like a little bit worried me just because it was just like we're working tirelessly, and I'm like, I'd rather you not work tirelessly.
Yeah. What else we got? What are the games out like this week? I think. Oh my god. There's something coming out. I think this week. I mean, there's something coming out every week. But
2KO is like it was today.
2KO. Where's this thing? Let's see. Oh, Bye Sweet Carol is out.
Oh hell yeah, yeah, that is this week. The
Mhm.
Clock Tower Live.
Bye Sweet Carol, Yuka Replay E, Little Nightmares 3, Battlefield 6, Dreams of Another.
Lots of stuff I want to play, but I think once I beat Digimon, I'm gonna start Final Fantasy Tactics Remastered.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Also, uh, Fort Nightmares.
Oh, I don't know what that is, but
It's Fortnite. Right. They do a Halloween time of year that they call Fort Nightmares, where they usually do a lot of collabs with horror things. The kind of kick off to Fort Nightmares, the lead into it, last week was K-pop Demon Hunters. That was the start of things changing. And then, yeah, now on Thursday, I believe Fort Nightmares is supposed to start. And it was confirmed a while ago that the gang of the mystery gang, you know, Scooby and the gang.
Oh yeah. The mystery, yeah.
They were all going to be in the game. And it has recently been confirmed that Scooby-Doo is a skin in the game.
Oh, all right. How's that going to work?
You're gonna walk around as Scooby-Doo carrying guns. But yeah, that starts. I think it's supposed to start on Thursday. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Let's get out of here. Do you want to do the post show still?
Let's do the game duel.
Yep.
Let's do the game duel. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. Maybe the tier list thing gets separated out of this. Probably not. Yeah. They'll probably all go up together. Who cares? All right. See you in the post show for everyone. I'll see you in
the post show.
Yeah. See you soon. Which button do I hit?
I don't know. Chris, while you the show will be right back.